Here we are live. That cool
Hello.
intro thing that I think, do you do it? I
Uh,
know
I
Noah has it.
I do, but I don't use StreamYard. I use Streamlabs, which is
Yeah.
different. So the way, well, let me just silent that. So the way mine works is it's not really optimized for YouTube. It's optimized for Twitch, really.
Ah, okay.
So what you have is you can set up a load of scenes and just jump between them at will. So the first scene I have set is an intro, and I have an outro, and I have a break. And then I actually use that
Nice.
to record all my videos.
Oh,
So
nice.
what I actually have on there is I have one for lives, one for gaming, scenes, all separate setups so I can bounce
Yeah,
between
yeah.
them at will. And then if I want a different background for, say, a review to whatever else, in fact, that's what I've been doing today. I've been setting up my new screens for the year because I wanted to try and change things up a little bit. So
Nice. Well, before we get into a little more of our conversation, so hello and welcome to any viewers who may be joining us through this. A big thank you and hello to Team Rewatch. It always amazes me when I see how many hours after the live, so you know people are coming back and watching.
it's
I'm
always a nice
joined,
thing.
yep, by my fellow Capricorn, Ven, who got older a few days ago. I still have a few hours left. I have
Oh
three
yeah.
more hours as a 60-year-old. And I happen to know that because, and I also know the weather is very different today because I was born January the 9th. Hey, Jenny.
Hey Jenny.
I was born January the 9th, 1964, and there was a snowstorm. My father was working somewhere else, so the insurance man had to take my mom to the hospital. Small town, friend
I
of the
was gonna
family.
say that's a weird
Yeah.
side point.
Small town. I mean, they all grew up together and knew each other. And I was born after 6 p.m. in the evening. I don't know exactly how late after 6, but it does help with horoscope. So I just go between the 6:30 because I figure,
I think
planet
I was
movement, it should be fairly close.
I think I apologize to everyone. I am eating at the same time, so I do
Hey, that's
apologize.
fine. I'm going to be
Um
digging into my cheesecake soon.
yours is probably far healthier than what I'm eating, to be fair. Um
Probably
I
not.
was I was born at 3:30 p.m., which growing up was the time that school finished. So
Ah,
which probably tells you as much as you need to know about my approach to any homework or work they gave me to do not in school, because it never got done. Something that I've continued with in later life, to be honest. But
well, seeing snowstorms are a theme with my birthdays. This is actually the first in years I've acknowledged today's my birthday. My husband and I had this big debate for a while because I kept saying to him, don't do anything. Let's just get this frickin' day over with. And it had nothing to do with my age. My age has never bothered me. It's just all the shite that seems to hit the fan when this day tends to come up
yeah,
because my grandmother's birthday have been tomorrow. So growing up, we were
yeah,
always, oh, thanks, Jenny. It was always the two of us, right? And phone calls. But she passed when I was 18. So you can't, she didn't pass near her birthday, but still, you can't forget, right? Then let's see what other shite hit the fan around my birthday. Oh, when I turned 40, for the first time ever, my husband decided he was going to have a party for me. That really didn't happen near my birthday because his mom was found unconscious in her apartment days before in the
bloody hell.
hospital. Bad time, not exactly the time you're going to have a birthday party. So there went 40. We did celebrate a while later, but his mom had
Yeah.
also passed. So yeah, 40 was not a good birthday.
No.
50. 50, he got smart and just got me the card and went, here, go out with some of your friends. So I did. Well, coworkers, friends. Yeah, that was awesome. I listened to the one complain about her latex allergy and going on to the serving staff about, you're sure you don't use latex in your gloves, blah, blah, blah. The other one went on about how sick she was, but she just didn't want to miss coming out to celebrate. I'm sitting there going, I should have freaking just went and bought a bottle of wine and enjoyed myself at home. Like, holy shite.
That is how I celebrate birthdays.
Well, I would, but I just have my glass at dinner because that's my liquid iron. One less pill, but beyond that, I don't. Now, 51 was funny. Well, it's funny now. And actually, my friend and I were laughing the other day because I got to see her over the holidays for tea. And so we were chuckling, and I'm like, do you realize it was a decade, almost a decade to the day since we bonded? So here's what happened. Had to go, usually go to work because I was at the schools, and of course, Christmas holidays done by then.
Yeah.
So 10 years ago today, hey, Leslie, 10 years ago today, there was a snowstorm. So in the city, that meant school buses weren't running, but everybody else was supposed to go to the school because they were open. So fine. Thankfully, we only had a small number of students. 2 teachers didn't quite, hey, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny.
2 teachers didn't quite pay attention, heard the word gun, lost their shit, went to the office. Police were called, code red. So that meant doors were locked, all of that. So my coworker and I were sitting in a closet with a window for hours. Now, if you've ever read Mitch Albom's The 5 People You Meet in Heaven, the beginning, hey, Jen, thank you.
Lots of people.
In the 5 people you meet in heaven, and it's not a giveaway because it's how the story starts, the main character, Eddie, dies. And I'm pretty sure it's either close to his birthday or something like that. And then he meets all these people. And of course, what novel study were we doing in English? The 5 people you meet in heaven. I'm looking at my coworker going, it's my birthday. We're in a code red. We're not entirely sure what's happening because, of course, they're not going to blare it over the intercom.
No.
And we have the SWAT team with these big farkin guns going through the hallway. And do you know what it was over?
Go on.
And we were on the 6 o'clock news, by the way, too, our building, with showing the SWAT team because, that's what we do. Anyhow, it was over a cap gun. And the student's fetal alcohol syndrome. It's a student I knew.
Yeah.
So these people had heard part, didn't think to ask the right questions, and suddenly we got shite hitting the fan over a cap gun.
It's amazing how often things get blown out of proportion because somebody doesn't engage the brain before they scream panic.
Well, thank goodness it was a snowstorm and we didn't have 400 some odd kids in the building.
That would be a nightmare.
That would have been, it still would have been a code. And I mean, I'd been in code reds with a room full of 16 kids that were everyone's shoving them in. Hey, Sue, thanks. And so that's how I spent my 51st birthday. And I said to the principal, well, thank you for a day I will never in my life forget. Like, how can I ever forget turning 51 after this? So anyhow, obviously I'm here at 61. It didn't turn out to be like Eddie.
No.
Someday I'll meet those 5 people, but not today.
You did do your best yesterday by throwing yourself off steps, but
I didn't throw
there we go.
myself. It was an accident. That's why everything got knocked into place properly.
It's the stars aligning just like the bones now do.
I tell you, my guardian angels got it out for me, man. Probably just gave me a shove and go, quit whining about how much pain you're in. Boom. So, hey, and I'm still, woohoo, several hours later, pain-free. So I'm like, yes. And I'll be like super miserable when it comes back because I know it's coming back. I mean,
yeah.
I know it's coming back.
Pain-free is your birthday present. That's what it is.
Exactly. The universe finally smiled and went, here, we'll give you a nice day. You've been good. And I'm going, I appreciate this. Thank you very much. Now, how about you get my husband to win that farkin' Lotto Max? I'd be happy to share with a ton of people.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? It'd be nice to just not have to think about that for a while.
Exactly. You know, I could buy out my one individual who, you know, needs to move elsewhere soon. I'd have a big yard to do extra yard work and gardening. It would be awesome.
I'll be honest, that sounds like hell. But
yeah, you just want a big house and you'd clean it.
Yeah. No, I'd pay someone to do it. At that point, it wouldn't matter. Like, it makes me laugh when people say to you, know, people who normally don't have to worry about money.
Yeah.
Say to you, money doesn't buy happiness. Like, that is very true. Do you know what it does buy? Peace of mind.
That's an excellent point, because I agree. It doesn't buy happiness, but you could sure do a lot of things stress-free with it.
Think how many books I could buy.
I could buy out Goodwill. I could just like go buy the store.
Honestly, I have been, somebody who will remain nameless, but they know who they are, has very kindly bought me a Waterstones gift card for Christmas.
Nice.
Well, Christmas and birthday. So I did say when I started my not buying challenge, presents didn't count and gift cards would class as presents. So I have not bought anything yet. But I did spend a unholy amount of today going through the sales section of Waterstones I found, bizarrely enough, of all things to find, graphic novel reimaginings of Shakespeare plays, which is fascinating because I don't really like Shakespeare because school made me hate Shakespeare, like most.
Yeah, I love Shakespeare.
But the idea of a graphic novel version of Hamlet, I'm for £4. I'm tempted. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted.
Yeah.
So something a bit different. So
well, we've said our hellos, and I just want. So, Jen, yeah, it's a shame when people, it's like they can't let someone just have one day to themselves, right? But then, so birthday, I don't know what your birthday experiences have been like, but so here's the other reason I've like kept it on the QT and just eliminated birthday situations. So birthday 52. No, it wasn't another code red day. Instead, you know, the day was fine. I'm heading home, and the street where I was at the stop sign, the one comes on a weird angle, and there's a building, so you can't really see traffic coming from the left-hand side, right?
Okay.
So the lights change. And I'm not one of those, you know, race through the light when it turns green, but I hesitated a few seconds longer than even I normally do for whatever reason. And as I was just starting to go into the intersection, doesn't someone come from the left, full speed, no idea they were running through a red light? Had I been a few seconds quicker, they would have totally T-boned me and I'd have been out of here. Hasta la vista, bye-bye. I'm like, really? Like, come on. But I'm still here.
My birthday experience is I avoid humanity. Like, I have nothing to do with anyone, generally speaking, on my birthday.
Don't
I
your kids
hide.
do a big hoo-ha for you?
No, I didn't even get a card. Like,
What?
I no, I got, so the only thing that I got a card off my dad, a
Hmm.
card off work, which is sent automatically by head office.
But still.
But it's one of the two cards I got. So, and one person bought me something, which is fine, which is exactly the same as Christmas. But I don't. It's my birthday is just another Tuesday to me, other than it's a Tuesday that I avoid everything by choice. Like,
See, you're like my husband, because to him the birthday is like no big dealio, and we're lucky. We get everything done within a month, because he's in December, so he's a Sagittarius. He's on the 18th. Then Christmas hits in the middle. Then mine's on the 9th, and boom, we're done with all the biggies.
mine aren't. Mine are spread throughout the year. It's horrific. So, like, my kids are July, September, October. So,
Oh, wow.
and the ex-wife was August. So there wasn't even a month of peace in there. It was every month someone else, and it's like, no.
Some big celebration.
Yeah, it's like, no. You want stuff for your birthday? You can stay in bed an hour. There we go. That's the kindness that you get.
Jenny's saying, I have a bestie who'll never allow anyone to ignore their birthday. Well, and it's funny because, like I say, for years after all these shenanigans from the universe, I was saying to my husband, like, enough already. We get through Christmas, and on both our sides, a lot of our family is gone. So we just do our stay home and have a quiet day with the fur kids. So we get through that. Then comes my birthday. Next day would have been my grandma's. Then my dad passed the day before his birthday, which is the 2nd of February. Because, why be born on just any day of the calendar?
Yeah.
So he checked out the day before. So I'm like, thinking, well, this is coming up because even though it's been 20 years. And I'm like, I just want this day to be done. It doesn't matter. I'm getting older, the phone calls that I got don't come like from my grandmother or my dad. I just want the day done.
No. Well, that's it. I have a very small family. So I'm an only child. I don't know my mother's side of the family at all, because I don't know who my mother is. That's an interesting minor side point.
Really?
Yeah, so I was brought up by my grandmother and my dad. Now, my gran passed away, God, what year are we in now? A bit over a decade ago at this point. Thereabouts. She was 93 when she passed away.
Wow.
So there's only me and my dad are not particularly close for a number of reasons. And no brothers or sisters. So, and divorced. So I'm not going to speak to her on my birthday. So that leaves the kids, and depending on when it falls, they were actually with me this year, although it took, bless her, the middle one, 15-year-old, about 4 hours to remember it was my birthday when she woke up. So youngest came barreling in the room, just announcing it, screaming and singing at me, which was not appreciated because I was asleep.
But his heart was in the right place. Come on. Hey, Luna.
Hey, Luna. I hope setting up your laptop goes better than setting up my phone did the other day.
Yeah.
Because I'm still having issues. Also, I do apologize. I do keep eating things. So.
Well, eating's fine. I mean, nothing wrong with that. I'm going to dig into my cheesecake in a little bit for sure. But yeah, setting up a laptop, I leave that to the hubby. It's funny. He's Mr. hardware tech stuff. He can figure all that stuff out. Me, I can figure out, like Word and programs. I can figure out software stuff. way easier than him, but setting different things up or the internet and that kind of thing, I leave all that to him. Oh, I'm
You
an
are an
IT
IT librarian.
librarian. Well, geez,
Should be fine.
she can do that in her sleep.
No, I'm relatively tech savvy, but I didn't need a new phone. Like there was no
Yeah,
sensible
so what's
reason.
the deal? Are you like in withdrawal that you can't buy books, so you had to buy a
Yes,
phone?
yes, I think that's genuinely what it is.
The books would
No,
have been cheaper, Van. Just give up on the book ban buying.
it's a contract. It's fine. No, I think what it is more than anything else is when I got my last phone, I got it for the camera.
Yeah.
What I did not bear in mind is how well that then works with my computer. It doesn't have seamless integration, whereas this does. So in theory, if I was to say record a vlog,
yeah,
it would nice and easily transfer over. The other one would not. So what I used to have to do was upload it to the cloud, which took, pardon my language, effing ages. And then download it again to my computer, which did not take long because that's hardlined. So I have a Kindle, and we're not talking about Kindle books today.
Jenny. Yes, we are, because Jenny, Kat,
We're-
and I have decided we need to help you learn how to DNF a book, sweetie pie. You'd get through the 1,000 pile a lot easier.
No, I've made the mistake of going near Kindle today because Wheel of
What
Time.
happened?
Nothing. Wheel of
Nothing.
Time.
You
Wheel of
lie.
Time.
I can tell by the look on your face. What happened on the Kindle, Ven?
Absolutely nothing. But Wheel of Time's 99.
How many new books do you have, Ven?
None, because I've not bought any yet. Other than the ones that I paid for. But I haven't paid full price for anything. So
that's a good thing.
There we go. No, I may have broken my book buying ban today, like properly broken it.
Oh, you didn't when I was talking to you earlier.
No, the buy it now button's dangerous when I'm near my computer. No, it's not an issue on my phone because my phone won't let me buy it now. My computer does. So there's been a few books purchased today. So none of which were on my wish list beforehand. Just on a side point as well. These are just
so you've really broken it. Like you found new books that weren't even on your wish list that you bought.
Why are you asking me for a password? Why have you locked me out, computer?
But I want to read Luna's post here. I think I'm done setting up the Discord app now. It annoys me. I have to set it up every single time. Settings don't transfer over. Now, see, I tried Discord and I put it on my iPad because that's usually what I watch YouTube on at night as well. And thankfully, I never logged out of it. Then I came on I think it was my laptop, and I tried to log in and it wouldn't let me log in. So then it said, get the email sent to you. So I clicked that button and I waited. Hey, Tiki. And I waited. And then the email arrived. So I clicked to, get in, which is what you're supposed to be able to do. Hey, thief.
I was going to say she's looking for that cheesecake.
She probably is, little
That's
bugger.
what it is.
But so when the email arrived, it said, oh, you can't use this. It's timed out. I'm like, you gotta be. And I tried that 3 different times, 3 different days. So I'm like, you know what? Nerds to Discord, man, because if I'd logged out of the other one, I'd have been pooched.
No.
Oh, here we go. Usually log in by scanning the QR code.
It's a bit like a barcode, but square.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm surprised that you could log in like that.
Quite. So a lot of them, what they'll do, which I did this with my phone, is they'll give you the option if you're logged in elsewhere to just scan a code on the other place you're logged in and then automatically transfer it over. So that's what I did with because in theory, transferring everything between my phones was fine.
Yeah.
It didn't transfer. it's close enough to be familiar, but different enough for me to keep making mistakes. So the big one has been autocorrect, which anyone who's ever had text messages off me knows that I just don't type in a language that exists anyway. But what it was doing, it was autocorrecting, but it was, rather than suggesting the corrections, it was automatically correcting.
Yeah.
Which is a problem when I was actually spelling things correctly, when it was just literally changing the words. So today I've actually finally realized that's what it's doing. And got in, because there were some words. I don't know if it automatically defaults to American English as well rather than British English. Because there are differences there. So it's skewed so many messages. I mean, it doesn't take much. I can't type in English like at the best of times. But it's been a frustrating few days, but I've figured that out today. But everything's just different enough that it keeps throwing me. But I used to have the older version of this phone, so I keep rediscovering things that this does that my last one didn't. So it's like, oh yeah, that, and then I'm forgetting other stuff, and it's like, oh. But hopefully, the logic with this is it connects properly to the PC.
Chocolate cheesecake. And it's not my cheater one, it's a baked one.
Oh, I mean, all cheesecake is proper cheesecake.
'Tis true. I'm actually planning on making one with turtles and caramel sauce. I just haven't got there yet.
Did you say turtles then?
Yeah. Chocolates. Do you not have turtles?
No. I genuinely thought
turtles?
Yeah. And it's like, that sounds, I mean, I've seen
horrible
pickle cheesecake. I've seen a recipe for pickle cheesecake, which is bad enough. Turtles doesn't sound good.
I would not do that to a turtle. No, I'm surprised. See, again, one of these.
They may be a different name, to be fair. So.
They could. What they are is, I think they're pecans, caramel, and they're covered in chocolate. And they're like little shapes like turtles.
Okay. We don't have them. Or at least I've not seen them. Pecans are they're not as ubiquitous over here. Bizarre. You don't see them. You do see them. They're available. But like pecan pie is the example of like I presume it's the American staple pecan. What's the correct way to say it as well? Because I've never seen any consensus over this word.
I don't think there is. It's like tomato. Some call it pecan. Some call what's the other way of saying it?
No,
pecan.
There is a correct way to say tomato. Let's just get that clear.
Yeah. It's like there's a correct way to say cookie.
Yes, and it's biscuit.
Luna's saying Nord Vegan has an amazing cheesecake. Now, see, because that would be different because this likely has cream cheese and other things. And I know there's different things that you can substitute for that to make it vegan. I just thank all my food, plant, animal, all of it. Ooh, excited for tomorrow. My colleagues making me a chocolate fudge cake.
I think, oh, pardon me. I think you should share that. I think you should make the way down from wherever it is you are in the primitive lands and come to Manchester.
Ooh, snap. Hey, Gavin, how are you?
Hey, you all right? No, I'm tempted because we do have D&D this weekend. I might make something. We'll see. We'll see, because I've got the weekend free now. So
see, bad weather, free weekend.
Yep.
You got to look for that silver lining, man.
Well, free weekend, and maybe I can actually design the things to murder people. Just on a side point. Because I can't just throw blizzards at them. Like, that wouldn't work. I also need to practice my Scottish accent and make sure that gets recorded, because you can't have a dwarf and them not be Scottish. That's like the rules. So
there you go. Well, so Jenny could help you with that. Hey, Janie.
Jenny has heard my terrible Scottish accent because I think she actually tuned in at exactly the moment that I did it in a live recently, taking the mick or something. And yeah, it's like, I hope Jenny's not here. I heard. It's like, oh no.
Jenny's right there. And yeah, former chef would be awesome. The things that you can get. To be honest, it's one of the things I miss about working at a vocational school, because of course we had pastry classes and chef training, and we could buy. They had regular sales, so you could buy your baked goods from the school,
Nice.
and they were so good.
We are in the UK so bad at teaching people how to prepare food at school. Like, it's horrifically bad. It's one of the many ways that education is failing people right now. Many being the key word in that sentence.
Well, and here, go ahead.
I'm not going to go on the rant about it this time because I go on it quite regularly. I think I am actually potentially going to do a video on this at some point, talking about the failure of specifically UK schools. But let's be honest, when you look around the world at how things are changing,
it
does suggest that education's a bit lacking in some places, history in particular.
They're here in my area, and my former employer are under the microscope right now. One, because the geniuses making six figures decided they needed to go to Toronto for professional development and watch a baseball game. So that's where they had their rooms. And it's like, seriously? And you couldn't even afford coffee for us at PD sessions because you're cutting money? But wait, it gets better. There was just an article in our local newspaper that they are millions and millions of dollars over the budget. And there are rules. They are only allowed to be so much over budget.
Yeah, because that's why budgets exist.
Yeah. So this year, what they've already done, and they still haven't cut enough, is lay off almost 60 teachers between high school and elementary, keeping in mind the schools are already short-staffed, as well as laying off speech therapists and psychologists. Because, why would we keep those staff? But do you think anybody in the big hoo-ha head office got laid off?
Or took a petty cut. I bet they all got pay rises, actually, to be honest. But
it wouldn't surprise me. But, I mean, it's ridiculous. And part of this is whoever got the six figures to figure things out over-calculated the student enrollment because they figured it was going up. Well, they over-figured by 600 students, which broke down to I don't know how many millions of dollars. And it's like, seriously? How do you people have houses? Like, you can't. We're not going to go on that rant.
No, all I'm going to say is, and it's a terrible thing that's happening, and this is in the US right now because you've got the LA wildfires that are going on.
Oh, yeah.
But I do have, and I do feel for anybody who loses the home, regardless of the background, I really do. But there's two things that I've seen online in the last day that have made me go, don't care about you anymore. One was somebody asking if anyone had their own private firefighting service to come and tackle the blaze. How disconnected from the real world do you have to be?
Yeah.
And then there was one mega rich person who's lost his house and didn't have it insured. And in the nicest way, if you have a multi-million-pound house and you're mega rich and you don't insure it, there's a certain point. I do find it interesting, though, that all that stuff is built into your schools. Because that's very different to here, because it's completely separate over here. The school can refer you, but it works as literally at our school, you have like you call it a head of pastoral care, for want of a better term. And they're sort of the person who deals with the truancy and everything, sort of how referrals go through them. But just admin or a teacher that does the admin.
Mm.
You don't really, you have a school nurse, obviously,
Yeah.
but that's it. Everything else is the school is just there for the education side, and then they fetch people in from other services to support where necessary,
Mm.
which fascinates me. And also the idea of a school being over subscribed baffles me as well. I'm not going to lie, because that does not happen here. We have the situation where a school has a maximum number. You
Mm.
have to apply for the school. People have to go. You have to like put a preference list in. Once that school's full, that school's full. You ain't getting in, regardless of if you have a place or not.
Mm.
Like, it's very, very different. That fascinates me.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a private chat sometime about the school. So
Yeah.
Luna's saying, so jealous when people get time off due to bad weather. Never, ever happens here. Now that's wild. And this is why I know our winters are so different. Because years ago, because I think I'm coming up to 9 years out of the schools now. That seems crazy. But years ago, we had 3 snow days with school closures in the city. Now that's pretty much unheard of, but the roads were just so bad that the plows couldn't clear anywhere. And I, don't live on a main street, so, it takes longer for them to come down our street. And yeah,
Well,
the last few winters, there haven't even been snow days. That's wild.
we don't really have snow days. You have days where schools don't open simply because things break. So
Mm.
this has happened with my youngest. It kind of happened on his first day back this week, but not quite. Where obviously the school had been out for Christmas holidays.
Mm.
First day back, everything was frozen. Like they couldn't get the heating on, they couldn't get the thingy on. They reopened the school at 11 o'clock. They got it working because obviously all the pipes had frozen. So they had to, because it hadn't been, because of how cost cutting everything is, everything would have got turned off for the 2 weeks over Christmas. Big
Oh,
freeze
Lord,
pumps,
no, that
all the
doesn't
water pipes
happen
will freeze.
here.
Oh, it's horrendous.
The custodians are still there doing cleaning and stuff through the holidays. They're not off for the 2 weeks.
No, they get some of the time off here because there's nobody there. So it doesn't need. The bigger schools are a bit different, but they tend to have, because of the size of them, they'll get people in to do, I presume, deep cleaning and stuff. Hell, right, hang on.
So different.
I've just seen Kat. Right, Kat.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get down to the comments. So hang on, you. We're coming to Kat next. So Luna's saying it's never the people on top that get laid off. Exactly. Okay, now we're up to Kat. Happy birthday. Happy belated to Ven. What? Oh, were you not here, Kat? No, he's eating dinner. Of course he doesn't have his cake. I have a chocolate cheesecake I was eating, and I'll nibble on in a little bit. Okay, go ahead, Ven.
So I have takeaway, which I'm trying to hide as I eat it. But now, this is important, Kat, that you understand this, okay? But I have a British staple here, and it's called a biscuit, okay? This is a custard cream. It is the best biscuit for dunking. It's the driest thing in the world, the actual biscuit, like really crumbly, but it's got like a...
Is it like a digestive baby cookies?
It's not like baby cookies, Elaine. No, it's a biscuit. But
they're tasty, but they're usually what you feed the kids because they melt in your mouth. It's
not distillable. It's a lot drier. I believe it's because it's made from all the offcuttings from all the other biscuits that have been baked. So it's like twice baked biscuit, basically. But it's got like, I don't even know what you call it, like a filling on the inside.
Nice.
So a bit like a bourbon, if you have bourbons over there, but vanilla flavor. And so nice. And I've just opened the packet just to show her what a biscuit looks like, because that is not a cookie.
Now, because Kat isn't joining us, and I think she's on her phone, or I'd have her pop in. If you haven't seen my post or Kat's post, and I know that's the one thing with YouTube, our sweet little ginger bibliophile has published a cookbook. And you can order this on Amazon. It's called Barely Homemade. And guess what, Ven?
Now, you have sent me this, and looking at the descriptions, I would say that they are biscuits, but also are actually cookies, in fairness.
Oh,
So
the light might, I think the light's doing it. But she has a number of cookie recipes. So if you haven't got your copy, I know Constance, hello, has ordered a copy. Mine arrived on this Sunday. So I'm going to be going through and getting my little stickies and writing notes and things.
no,
See,
I
it's
do have
handy I brought that book to put in a plug for Kat.
I have it saved to purchase when my book.
Well, you've already blown your band, so help the girl out and order it.
I haven't blown anything.
See?
That
Spectrum.
sounded so wrong, but never mind.
We're moving along.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
So Leslie, I agree. Speech therapy is vital. Why they would let some of them off instead of some of these other people is just grr. Hi, Constance. Cake.
Cake is good.
My ex-boss lost his house. Ooh, yikes. Fired me because I confronted him about a gender wage gap.
Well,
That's
sometimes
not right.
Sometimes karma is a good thing.
See, there you go.
So,
and yeah, Leslie, I hope you're safe. I noticed you had a post letting people know where to find out information because, yeah, that's scary what's going on there for sure. A snow day here, Luna, is because we get like tons of snow, like up to my knees and higher sometimes, that takes several days to accumulate. But basically, it's when the plows can't keep up. They can't even get the main roads cleared. The side roads, they don't really, I mean, they get there eventually, but it's the main roads they try and clear. And so here in the city buses are still running, but school buses may not be running, or the smaller buses as well, because we have, and I don't like calling them the short bus because of the connotation, but there's students who go in separate vans and other vehicles to get to school. So if it's deemed not safe to travel, then it's a snow day, but the schools are still open, and as staff, you are expected to get to work. What they did change a few years ago, and it's since I left the board, because there had been, excuse me, some fatalities of people trying to get to their building, because some of us are an hour or so away, depending on what school you work at. So what they have said is if the roads are indeed very treacherous, then go to the nearest school near you and report there, which I don't know what you do for the day if it's not your school. It's not like you could prep or whatever, but they don't want people dying to get to work, literally, which is, at least an option. My boss told me I was creating a hostile work environment by asking for a raise, as he posted in my office the new pay scale showing that I make less than the people I'm supposed to be over. Oh, goodness.
That is, so obviously I've changed at work, but when we went into not salary negotiations, because everything's got like a pay grade, and I turned around and said, you are not putting me on that because I'm not taking a pay cut for a promotion. Because technically the levels they're very, very close. There's not much in it between the bottom level of that and where I am. But I did the maths with someone who was above me previously, and I earned slightly more an hour than they did. So when I went in, there was one of the things that came up in the interview. It's like, respectfully, I am not taking this if it's not financially worth it for me, because I'm not being paid less than I was before to do more.
Well, exactly. That makes no sense.
Yeah. And the thing that was really good is they turned around and said, it's really refreshing for someone to be upfront and go, part of the reason I'm doing this is money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're being honest.
Yeah. And that's from a retail business. who are not known for being the best at things like that. I'm not saying my company has human rights abuse history, but there we go. Not in the UK, though, specifically.
But I mean, again, you're going to find that no matter what company, no matter what service industry. I mean, that's the sad thing, right? But yeah. So chocolate cheesecake is yum yum.
Yeah. I've had to laugh because there's been a load of stuff. We have, I don't know if it's the same. I know it's not the same in the US. I suspect you might be a bit closer in Canada. But we have like select committees where people are called, from businesses or whatever, to talk to MPs or various people doing investigations. And they're televised over here now.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, it's fully open doors. Anyone can watch it if they want to, beginning to end. And in the last week, you've had Amazon pulled in, which was great, with the woman from HR going, "We're a great place to work," and the guy going, "I've asked you this question 6 times now. I need lessons as a politician off you for how not to answer questions, because you're telling me how good you are to work for. So why are your people constantly on strike if you're so good to work for?" But you've had them, McDonald's, a couple of clothing companies who I don't know if they're just, I presume they're worldwide, called Shein and Temu, who are like discount companies, like basically stood there going, "So about all this cotton that you use then, where's it from again? Because we think it's from a place you're not allowed to get it from because slavery." And you actually get to watch them being pulled across.
Our other Capricorn. Hey, Didi.
Hello, Didi.
It's not my fault. It's all of our friends' fault because we had this like really good conversation going on, and
nice.
Well,
I'm glad you could join us. So yes, we have our 3 Capricorns. Didi, you had your birthday on the 4th, correct? Did you have a good day?
Yeah, it was. I didn't do anything. I mean,
another one. Right. What did you do? I read a book.
I did, exactly. I read a book. And it's so funny because the book that I ended up reading, I had no intention on reading. Like, I'll be honest. So I feel like us as readers will understand this, especially if you I love the graphics of Storygraph where they do the wrap up and they tell you what like your first book of the year was and your last one. And I was so adamant that I wanted like a specific book. Like I really wanted it to be The Will of the Many. I was not going to read that on Saturday. I ended up reading what was it? The Rookie Recovery. It was a cute book. I was there giggling. So
nice.
This will make Elaine laugh. The first book of last year was a Sarah J. Maas book. Despite how much I have learned to despise those books, it wasn't Akatar though. It was a different one, but it was still a Sarah J. Maas. She is stalking me as an author. I've decided now after today.
She must be. It's because you keep slamming Feyre, and she's got the word. Well, before I catch up in the comments, so Didi, you were saying because we have the Voxer group for the Wheel of Time, and you were saying you're still waiting from the library for your copy, right? Yeah. And I said that's pretty much my luck with it.
Yeah.
So at the moment. Woohoo, I've got 2 books waiting to be picked up on Sunday. One is Ven's favorite character, Feyre, but I couldn't get, book 2. That's going to take months, but I could get book 3. So I've decided, you know what? I'm just reading that sucker, and then I can get book 4, and eventually I'll have to go back to book 2. But yeah, it's amazing how it takes time to get books from the library and that. But yeah, now Didi, do you know how long it's going to be before they get it to you?
No, and this is I was saying this to Ven. Like, I'm surprised they don't give you like an estimated and time, because I would have thought that would be because I remember when I was at uni, and you used to put in a request for like a book, and you would have like a set period of time, and it was super quick, especially like with the inter library connections and all of that. But I requested, because when did we decide we were going to do this? It was like October.
October, November, wasn't it?
I was going to say October, November-ish, I think.
So I requested it back then. So I was like, oh, I'll definitely have it in like time. And it said it was on shelf, and they put it for transit, but it's literally been in transit for, I was like, you cannot tell me it's been in transit for over a month.
That's crazy.
Like, is it walking itself? I don't get it. It's like each page, like just
wow.
So
it's a big book.
Let me tell you what
it
it
said.
said.
Many people.
Well, see,
I was at number one. I was like, okay, if I'm the first in the queue, why is it taking so long? So I'm surprised. But I picked up I don't know if it's still on sale, but it was a 99p digital. So if you've got a Kindle, it was on sale. But I've noticed that even if you have like a Kobo tends to match Kindle's book deal. So if it's 99p on the Kindle, it'll be 99p on Kobo if you have a Kobo device.
Yeah.
So
next season's due out, isn't it, soon for the TV show? So it's not particular. They're all going to drop. I think we'll see one drop a month for the rest of the year, probably. They tend to rotate round.
Yeah, and it'll be, well, what I was going to do, and okay, first, I'm going to catch up on comments because I know I'm behind. So thank you, Constance. What takeout, Ven? Cheesecake sounds delicious.
Very unhealthy takeout is what it is. Donna meat, chips and pizza. So there we go.
Yes, it's still on offer. So if anybody does want to pick it up, it is still 99p, at least in the UK. So that's book one. And if you would like to try and read it with us, we're reading it up until the end of the month. It's 33 pages a day.
Yeah. See, I was impressed by it because I've never actually, because if I get into a book, well, because I'm home all the time, so I can do that, right? I'm not trying to juggle work and things like so many others. So I'll like just sit and go gung ho right through it. But this would, well, see, I'm here. So chapter 13, I've still got a honkin' bit to go, but there's a big glossary too. But this weekend I'm picking up that Sarah J. Maas book, Mist and Fury. I think that's book 3. But then I'm also, and yes, Janie is here, picking up The Outsiders. And I also put the second part of that series on hold. So hopefully it'll be there Saturday when I go. So I was thinking I'll read those over the weekend because Mist and Fury won't take me long. And that's why I like physical copies, because if there's, buttons and things I'm not interested in, I can skim. Yes, Jenny, I know you think that's a bad thing. Janie liked my baby cookie comment. Imported, fancy. Sounds like an Oreo with the wrong flavor.
They are Oreo cookies, whilst we do have them, are not as popular as custard creams and bourbons because they are the superior biscuit. Not cookie, biscuit. So, but yeah, it is the exact same thing, pretty much, just tastes better.
You're welcome, Kat. Actually, so Didi, I don't think you were here yet when I mentioned our little cat has a cookbook out and it's for sale on Amazon.
Nice.
Ginger Bibliophile. So I'll be going through that this weekend.
It has biscuit recipes in it.
Cookies. They're called cookies. She's American.
So they're not biscuits then?
They're not biscuits. They're cookies.
In fairness, they do look like they are both cookies and biscuits. So,
but she also has entrees
and cookies, and biscuits are biscuits, and your American biscuits are a savory scone.
Yeah.
So
She has other recipes.
I'm joking. I'm messing. I'm like behind Ven. Be like,
It's all right. You missed the chips one the other day. That was fun.
chips. Wait, they mean crisps.
Yeah, I was
You mean
gonna say
crisps?
chips are crisps. We
literally-
call them potato chips.
I had sensations next to me. I'd have forgot about them and I spotted them as I held the bag up and she's like, oh, they spelled chips wrong. It's because they're not chips. They're not.
Okay, so why do you call them potato chips? What chips supposed to be? What else are chips supposed to be made out of? Why add
see-
potato to it?
We actually have veggie chips. They're made out of vegetables. That's a new thing now. But basically, I think here in Canada, they're just called potato chips because you're right. They're made with potatoes and they're deep fried. So they're a crunchy chip. Whereas, what do you call your French fries?
Chips.
You have chips and French fries. They're two separate things.
Or fries, yeah. Mostly we mostly say fries, if anything. Like when we say fries, we refer to like the skinny French fries. But with chips, it'd be thick cut.
Yeah.
Oh, so you
Chips.
distinguish between the two.
Yeah.
See, we just call all of them French fries.
Oh no, because French fries is like what you'd eat with like a burger, like
Yeah.
like a hot dog, but chips is
Chicken
like
nuggets.
chips, gravy.
I would show an
pie.
example, but I've just ate all mine. So they've all gone now.
Yeah, like a chips with or like if you have some people on on a full English might have chips with like their baked beans and stuff like that. So or a chip butty, because chips in a chip butty, it's not French fries. It has to be the thick cut.
Yeah,
chips.
different texture.
Yeah.
See, this is why it's great being able to talk to people from all over the world. And I mean, like I know with Luna, she doesn't have pumpkin spice. That's nowhere to be found in Norway. And yet here, you can buy it all year long. And it's just a given that, it's something that you can have. But okay, so Janie is congratulating Kat on her cookbook. I think that's awesome. Just, having gone ahead and done that. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking out those recipes. Oh, and Noah's not here. I love because the pages are only half there, so I can make notes and things in my book as I'm going through. Yay! We have, okay, so
when I get Kat's cookbook, that might be the first book I annotate just to correct the words and then just post a picture of it just for my own amusement.
See, this is why I love this community. We all have so much fun with things. So Luna's talking about the snow days. We have those as well. Don't call them anything specific and expected to get yeah. Getting tipsy, Ven.
This is specifically, it is just grape juice that may be fermented. So,
see, that's what I call liquid iron. So I don't have to take iron pills.
Exactly.
But see, I only have a half glass at dinner. That's it.
We won't talk.
So you've had my iron levels and then some today, Ben. But you're home and you're on holidays, so it's all good.
I am. I can tell I'm on holidays because I'm achieving literally nothing.
Oh, you've got a ton of videos and stuff made.
Not what I wanted to get done. Nowhere near.
That's okay. You've still got, what, a week?
No, I'm going back a day early. No, so after they phoned me to come in work the middle of my holiday, I got told politely to go away. To be fair, the guy who phoned me actually said, say no, but I've been told to ring you. And it's like, no, not a chance. I have arrangements, which were nothing. But it was literally eat cake was the arrangement. Nothing.
There you go. You had something.
but I'm now going in. So I'm back in on Tuesday now. So I'm going to work and then coming home for half an hour and then going straight onto a sprint on Tuesday.
Ooh, busy
Why are you
guy.
peeping at me?
So then Luna had your experience when you were telling me about your ice and stuff before the live started. Last year, one day, used 45 minutes to walk to work, normally 15 to 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's horrendous. So that's when I went out yesterday, it took me about 10 minutes longer to walk to where I was going than it would normally because I'm on a hill.
Yeah.
And it's like I could ski down the hill, but it is a busy main road at the bottom, and that's probably not a great choice. So
probably not. Hi, Lily Eve, and thank you so much. Leslie, good. I'm safe. Leslie's in California, where all the fires are. Just pins and needles. Yeah, keeping track, no doubt. Well, stay safe, sweetie pie, and keep in touch with us so we know you're safe. Main reason for us not having Amazon, strict work laws. So you don't have Amazon at all in Norway, Luna?
I think the issue we have with Amazon isn't that we don't have decent employment laws, because they need to be better, but they're better than, say, they are in the US, because we actually have employment laws. But they don't always pay attention to them. So
yeah, that happens. Luna is saying hi to Didi. Oh my gosh, sounds hilarious. Definitely not televised here. So that would be your meetings and things. But see, in the US, and I mean, it drives me crazy, but I've got issues with politicians. The amount of time their Congress sits around on all these committees, and it's nice it's televised, but then they don't do jack squat. I mean, you just got paid, what is it, $160,000, $170,000 a year, and you're sitting around in rooms all day. Like, if you're going to sit in a room, then come to a decision and freaking do something. The faithful duos, hello, and says, don't lie on us, Didi.
That's my sister. That's my sister. I'm
nice.
not lying on you. I'm not lying on you. It's the truth.
Jenny says, hello. Where are my manners? Hello. It's all good, sweetie. Hey, Didi, happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, faithful. Hey, Didi, happy belated.
Thank you.
Ven, we all know it was more Akatar. You secretly love Feyre.
I just need to say,
all I did today. Sure on this one, Ven. You did it to me on your live when I said it.
All I did was go on Waterstones to buy a book, and the first thing I saw was a massive advert for them releasing Akatar again, but with black covers. Which they're very pretty covers, to be clear, but like matte black, and like the designs on it are like a charcoal grey. They're very pretty. I don't want to see any more.
Now, do you own all of them already, Ven?
No. I am, despite my inability to not buy books, which we have spoken about with my 400 books bought last year. Despite my inability to not buy books, I don't buy full series at a time.
So have you read the whole series or no?
No, I've read book 1 and felt annoyed enough to not read anymore.
So you did with Akatar like I did with Fourth Wing.
Yeah, I do.
Well, I'll finish Akatar for you, and you finish Fourth Wing for me.
So what I will do is I will buy one book in a series, and occasionally that happens to be book 1. Not always.
Did you like Fourth Wing? Really?
I did. I you know, and I some, you know, like when they say you shouldn't feel bad for liking what you like.
Yeah, exactly.
No. I mean, here's the thing with Fourth Wing. I feel like it was exactly, no, it wasn't exactly what I thought it was. For what it was, have no issues.
Yeah.
But because people have spoken about it in so many various ways, I expected it to be something else. So when I read it, I was like, oh, it's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not bad, you know? And so for that, I liked it. Plus, I'm reading it with well, I've read it. My baby cousin, he's not a
Oh,
baby.
nice.
They're all my babies. But you know, my one of my younger cousins is reading it. He's not a reader. And so
Ah,
there's a slight part of sentimentality that's attached to it that makes me
exactly.
like the book. Plus, my mouth dropped at the end, and it was
Yeah.
my first graphic audio as well. So I was like, I think I was on Hermit's like live, and I was like,
Yep.
so for that I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't expect it. So there's a couple reasons as to why I like Fourth Wing that aren't necessarily actual story or plot related. It's like
Yeah.
everything that comes with it. Saying that though, I want to read Iron Flame, and part one of like the graphic audio is on sale, but part two isn't. I'm like,
Oh.
Oh,
Audible, why? Why?
that- yeah. Why wouldn't
That
you
makes no
just sell
sense.
the whole thing?
All I'm going to say
Well,
is that if you like the ending of Fourth Wing and that left you jaw dropped, Iron Flames ending blows it out the water, like genuinely. So
see, you'll have to tell me in a private chat because I'm not continuing with the series. And Dee Dee, there's nothing wrong with loving a book that other people
Oh yeah.
don't. Um, for me, what happened, and I actually, because I had done a video about Fourth Wing and Akatar on my channel, and someone else commented, see, they don't do like I ended up doing, which is I saw all these other series that I've read. So as I was going through, I'm like, oh, this is marked. Oh, this is Lord of the Rings. Oh, this is that. And I think I got so bogged down with all the other stories it sounded like. And Kat will laugh because this is my favorite phrase lately. All the boom chicka wawa and Violet all crazy for Zayden was like, I don't care. Get to the dragons already. Like, I'm done with you, chickie. Like, enough with the climbing the trees and whatever. Get to the dragons. So for me, that was kind of it isn't because I was really hopeful. I mean, Akatar and Fourth Wing were never on my radar. I mean, I'd heard other people talking about it, and then I kept hearing it, and I'm like, maybe I'll give it a test run. And okay, I have to admit, I only read Akatar to piss Ven off because I wanted to find out about Feyre so I could keep bugging him. And now I'm going to read the whole series. So see, karma. There's 3 more books I wasn't planning on reading, and now oh no, and Noah's to blame because he said I was like the sister Nesta because someone in a live stream asked him to put characters to the people who were in the live. So I want to find out what this Nesta chick's all about because so far I'm not too impressed with her, and it's like, dude, really? All right. Hard to give patrons an estimate. Depends how quick people are to return their loans. So Luna saying about the
No, yeah,
library.
I get that. The thing, I think the with the reason why, and I understand that. I think the reason why I was like, it doesn't, for me, it doesn't make sense with my library, is it said that it was on shelf,
Yeah.
meaning it's not loaned out. So if it wasn't on shelf, I would get that. But if it's on shelf, it would indicate that the library has it. And so I
Yep.
don't get why it would take such a long time. Because like I can wait a couple of weeks, but it's
Yeah.
been a couple of months. And I'm like,
Yeah,
you know.
that's crazy. And I know on mine, well, with the audio, like if I get things through Libby, then it tells you how many weeks and whatnot and where you are in the order. If I go through the book in hand catalog, because rarely do I do audio, one, because it's bad. I'm out of sight, out of mind. So if I don't open Libby, I forget I even have a book sitting there to be read. Whereas if I'm looking around, well, the mess that currently is my home, then I see the books and then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to finish that one. But Luna has a good point here. If it's lost in transport, so maybe just giving the people at your library a call and like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, but the thing is as well with the so it's funny, where I live, I'm like in the middle of like 3 libraries, 2 of which are community libraries, and one is like the main library for for our particular borough.
Nice.
They're useless. So it's a bit useless, and I don't go to what is quote unquote the main library to find, because when I go to the community library, they can't answer the questions that I would probably ask, and I won't go to the other one for a while. So it's a case of it's what it is.
Yeah.
I'll get it when I get it. But I've got the digital version now. I'll just have got to read. But I'm currently setting up a read along on Storygraph if anybody is interested in doing it that way and wants to discuss the book. So
nice.
It's live. You just have to. Then I'll send you this link so that you've got it.
Now, is that for Wheel of Time, Didi?
Say that again.
Is that for Wheel of Time?
Yes.
Cool.
So if anybody wants to check it through that and keep
I know
track.
Hermit's posted in the Voxer while we've been live saying she's living her best life right now reading through this.
Oh, really? Nice.
So she's really enjoying it, which makes me happy.
Good.
To be honest.
I'm enjoying it. Like, it's been 2 years since I quick speed read through the series, but it really has been fun getting back into it. And I'm looking forward to it because, well, and Ven, you and I were talking about like with all the foreshadowing, because we've been through the series before. So now, at least I find for myself, things that didn't seem that important the first go through are like, oh yeah, there was that clue. And
the most minor thing will play into the last book. It's ridiculous to the point where you'll literally forget about characters. And when I got to the end, I didn't remember the characters first time round, but now I'm looking for them. It's like, I know that they appear earlier.
We'll see. And there were things, and I'm not going to give any spoilers, but like Fane Padden.
Yeah.
There are things now that stand out that I completely missed the first go around. But yeah, so I'll just, and I'm sorry if I'm way behind on comments. So just quick, and I showed Ven, so I'm keeping my notes and I use different colored pens on character, setting, and events so that when we get to the discussion, I'll remember them. But
I will be relying on memory.
We'll
see how that goes.
I'm going to do is set up a giant journal. And so each page will be a different book. And Janie, if you're still here, thank you for the idea. So I'm going to have like little pockets and things. And I bought 3 books at a time. So I've got 5 books. But so then I'm going to just cut out all my little books, and then I'll have that to label the pages. So yeah, this has become a huge project. So this is like so much fun. And I don't have Storygraph, but I may have to go in there because I gotta say, I'm really PO'd with Voxer that you don't get your 7-day free trial unless you pay for it. Unless you give them your pay information. It's like, no, because then you're going to decide I want it and just pull the money out. So nerds to that. Like any other platform, if you make a mistake typing whatever, you can correct it.
Yeah.
But no, not there. So
except Twitter now, unsurprisingly. But there we go.
That's Elon. That's a whole other we're not talking about.
No.
Constance, if you're still here, honey, thank you so much for that. And yes, thanks to my falling off the deck yesterday, I am pain free today. Woo, 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 woo. I don't know how long it'll last, but I don't care. At least I've had hours of no pain for the first time in months. So I'm pretty happy about that, but I can't do it on my own again because I'll just break something. It was an accident. I slipped and fell in the snow. This is why I take my phone with me when I go outside. Books in transit, some patrons not able to read the screens on the automat. It's like a birthday present from your library. Exactly, Kat. Oreos are nasty.
They're good in a milkshake.
Shame custard creams, chocolate bourbons don't come double or mega stuffed like Oreos. Those would be yummy. Currently reading A Faint Inked in Blood, not horrible. Some things makes me go, huh?
Yeah.
Haven't heard of that one.
I'm pretty sure it's a YA romantasy. So there's going to be certain things in there which, yeah, I mean, 9 times out of 10, you've read them in all the other romantasy books as well. That's the only drawback with the genre, to be honest.
So Kat saying corn chips. Oh, okay. Yep. We were taught I like chips, good chunky ones.
Tortilla chips.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Doritos.
Oh, I love Doritos. Irish partner taught me to eat curry chips. Yep. Chips with curry sauce. There we go.
I prefer gravy because I'm northern, but
oh, I love
it has to be chip shop curry, not just any curry sauce. It's like, oh wait, hold on. Oh no.
Have you got the Heinz one near you?
Oh shit.
There we go.
Nice.
Ben knows.
And so Kat's saying very different terminology and flavor combos. So when we were talking about the different food, wow, we are behind. And yeah, that's true. Like we may have some, and like Ven, you were saying you'd never heard of turtles.
Just to be clear, I've heard of the animal, Didi.
Yes.
I'll see your face.
They're chocolates. They're pecans with caramel, and they're covered in chocolates. And they're little round things, and they usually have 4 little spokey things. So they look like little turtles. So they're called turtles. But apparently you don't have those in England. Leslie likes a thick cut fry. I like those too. Chips, cheese, and gravy.
Yes. That bizarrely something that Jenny.
I would call them fries, but
it was in one of the Vox groups the other day, WhatsApp groups, and someone was talking about, is it poutine? Which is chips or fries, curdled cheese and gravy. That sounds curd, cheese, and gravy. That sounds horrific.
No, like curds are just little cheese chunks.
That sounds like cottage cheese to me, which I
no. Oh no.
Okay.
Think of like crumbled mozzarella or crumbled
feta, like feta. Yeah.
That sounds better than, because I had in my head that it's like chips with cottage cheese and then gravy.
No.
And I have never felt so unwell in my life as when I saw that.
No. And they're delicious. And I mean, I don't use the curds. I just grate up mozzarella or whatever I have in the house. So I'll have French fries, chips, gravy, and cheese on top, and you melt the cheese and some ketchup. Oh, so good. So good. And no, I'm sorry if I've offended anyone. I don't eat healthy. I just eat because, I'm only going around this once, and I'm going to enjoy what I'm eating.
I can't judge anyone's diet.
Love a good seasoned French fry. Had to look for various chips and things. Got a friend. Oh, celiacs. Yeah. So you got to be careful with what you eat. Have to take good pictures. I can see your corrections, Ven. So there you go. Project.
I will do.
Cat's waiting. You so much time to walk to work, not because of but because of the amount of snow. Yep. That and you got to that's what happened to me yesterday on the stairs. It wasn't that I'm stupid and I don't know how to use stairs. There was so much snow. I miscalculated where the other stair should have been. and then I went off into the yard. It was awesome. I wish I could have got that. I should have had the camera on the deck, but I'm not like these other YouTubers where you catch every minute of your day, because it would have looked freaking hilarious watching me do yet another spin and just land in the snow. Lily was a little farther away, the feral cat who hangs with me, and she's like, what are you doing? You're crazy. Get your cake when you went out to replace the one you ate. Oh, did you get cake when you went out to replace the one you ate? I think that must be you, Ven.
I ate cake.
He's got biscuits today.
Now you're talking about cake. Tottenham cake with some custard.
Tottenham cake?
I mean, did you not have Tottenham cake when you grew up? It's pretty much sponge cake. Sponge cake with icing on top.
Ooh.
All right, okay.
Yum.
What do we call that? We don't call it Tottenham cake. I can't think what we call it, though. I'm going to have to go buy cake tomorrow.
So Kat's got a question. Do y'all not have Amazon factories or straight up no shipping or anything? I'd be screwed if I couldn't get stuff from them. I think that must be to Luna. Because, you have in Britain, but I know Luna had a comment. Hey, MJ. Welcome. We're all just celebrating our birthdays and eating cake and snacks and things. Get stuff from elsewhere. Al Debris. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like they don't have there. Lots of other shops. So true. Jenny saying hi. Hi back to Jenny. Sarah J. Mass gonna start haunting you, Ven.
Not starting.
Well,
like
Feyre is.
Can I see? I can actually see Sarah J. Mass books on screen, which is annoying me now that I've noticed it, because they're literally like there-ish. That way. I don't know which way to point because I'm looking at a screen. There.
I know, I do the same. It's like, who am I pointing at? Luna, sorry we didn't get it. We're behind and say goodnight. She's off to Sweden tomorrow.
Yes, she's having a bit of a trip, bless her.
Yeah, but she's also saying need to get up early, extra time due to ice. Yikes. Well, travel safe, sweetie. Didn't you, like Jenny, buy the whole series before reading the first one? Ouch, Kat. Okay, but Jenny, can you say you did not buy the whole series without reading any of them yet?
No. I do sometimes not buy book 1. Like, that is my bad habit. Buying book 9 recently of a series I've not started. That was a silly thing to do.
Yeah, I remember watching that haul and I'm laughing, going, what were you book 9? Like, Ven, seriously.
Yeah. I have issues.
Yeah. Don't we all? That's why we all get along so well. We're all understanding and have our issues. It's awesome. Yes, Kat, I did tell Jenny we're going to teach her to DNF. I don't know about reselling the bad ones. I don't know if you can do that on Kindle or not. But yes, there's too many good books out there to be torturing yourself and stubborn with the bad ones. Story plot. Oh, snap! Wasn't aware of Fourth Wing had either. Ooh, Jenny.
Jenny, it's just if you've read a lot of fantasy, you've already read it. That's the only problem with it, which is why you saw such a polarized reaction with it when it came out, where all the fantasy buffs just stood there going, "Oh, terrible book." It's not. It's just not for everyone. And it's not badly written.
You know what? That's like any book, I think. And I'm thinking ACOTAR, and someone had made a comment under my video and shared some really horrific things that had happened to her. And reading ACOTAR just traumatized her because it brought different things back and all of that, right? So I think whatever book we're approaching, fiction, nonfiction, whatever, when we're coming to a book, we're bringing our life experience, our expectations, what have we heard from other people, the genre, what are we expecting from the book? And different things speak to each of us differently. Like some people may love some of those romance scenes in Fourth Wing. I was thinking, I don't need this much detail. But again, we each have our own experience going into the book. And again, this is why I love BookTube. I mean, Ven, as much as you and I are constantly poking and joking with each other about books, the nice thing is we can have those conversations. And Didi, like with you with Fourth Wing, I love hearing why you enjoyed it. Like, to me, it's awesome, especially as someone who formerly worked in schools with resistant and challenged readers, is when they find something they're enjoying. I mean, that's amazing to see their faces light up and have that conversation. So that's an amazing memory with a book. Like, to me, there's just so much more than you pick up a book and you just read it, boom, done, next book. I love having those conversations, but I can't.
love when
Go
people
ahead.
talk about books that they like.
Mm.
Like, even if I despise the book, like, if you like that book, I still want you to tell me why you liked it, because I like to see how much joy that's given to someone, even if I don't agree. So, and that's the thing. And not every book is written for every person.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
there is such a hang up, which again, this is something else I need to do a video on at some point, about where you see, oh, you must read this book. Are you really a reader if you don't read this sort of book? And it's like, it doesn't matter what or why you are reading, as long as you are reading, as far as I'm concerned. Is it good to challenge yourself? Absolutely. Do you have to? No. Just read stuff.
Yep.
So
I totally agree. So Kat saying, good cliffhanger to Iron Flame, but so much of it made me mad. Not the climbing.
Iron Flame, the first third is rough. I will say that. It did need an editing pass, and I am, because Onyx Storm is out in like 2 weeks' time. I am hopeful for that, because its page count is about 120 pages less than Iron Flame. So it feels like, because there was only like 6 months between book 1 and book 2, whereas there's been a year and a bit. So it feels like there may have been more time for that editing and trimming pass that I felt Iron Flame probably needed. It is if you take the romance out of Iron Flame, it's a much better fantasy book than Fourth Wingers.
I'm still not reading it, Ven, but I'll take your word for it.
I know. I'm not trying to
I'm
convince
reading
you to read
ACOTAR now
but
because of you. Forget it, man. That's one series too many.
You can't blame me for reading a series I said don't read. That's
See,
not how that works.
That to me in my head came through as, you need to read this book, Elaine. Ven saying, hi, how you doing, MJ? By Luna. You're like, oh, see, thank you. I want to hear your take on that, Janie. Bored a little. No. Bored a little with Eye of the World. Oh, till around halfway through, then I was kind of hooked. I can kind of see that, actually, with some of it.
Yeah. Do you know what the irony is? Because I have it split in two. I've only done the boring half for Jenny so far, because I've realized that what I've got is the YA edition, which is basically just the main one, just split in half. But yeah, I've literally read the boring 50%, or the Lord of the Rings faithful 50%, I will call it a little bit, if I'm honest. So.
See, I've got to go through Lord of the Rings now, because once you mentioned that scene and we were talking yesterday, I could picture that scene from the movie as I was, and I'm like, I bet this is what Ven was talking about. And we're not going to get specific because Didi hasn't got there yet. So we're not ruining that. Now, Jenny, and I agree. This is why it gets better farther on, more Elias and Tom.
Elias
And
is
yeah,
great.
I would have really liked more Elias just in general in the series, but there's so many other things going on. But Tom does at least perks of never DNFing. What are the perks, sweetie? I actually DNF'd 2 books this year. I normally don't and just put them to the side. This year I'm like, yeah, no. I got too many or in 2024, too many. Yeah, see, so many good books waiting in the wings while you read bad series.
I need to learn to DNF, to be honest. I don't DNF easily.
I
So.
don't easily. I kind of put them to the side, but then ever since, and hopefully, MJ, you're still here. Ever since I started doing the book ban project this past year and really looking into things and noticing fewer physical books in my library and fewer books at Indigo, I'm like, and then I bought this in 2024. Of that 200 books I bought last year, 38 of them were rebuys. So if I hadn't unhauled those books years ago, I'd have been down 38 books of what I purchased last year. Yay for pain free. Yeah, me too. Hope it continues. No hurting yourself. Agreed. My husband already told me if I try and fall off the stairs on purpose, I'll probably break something. I just managed to slam everything in place by accident. Be a pain in your ass. Hey, Jenny, you already helped me get to 150 unsubs, girl. You are the best. And yeah, it's amazing. That video already has over 70 views. And some people are like, wait a minute, I just figured out you're thanking people who left your channel. And I'm like, yeah. It's going to take me to get forever to get to 500. So I figured I'd make me a video that I'm at. Heinz curry. Oh, never seen that. Ketchup and mustard here. Yeah, I don't know if we have the curry or not here. Yeah. I have to check that next time I'm in the
It's
grocery
expensive.
store.
Do you know how much this bottle was?
Is it
Too
expensive?
expensive. Too expensive.
Mm.
But I'll buy another one.
Yeah. Use it sparingly. Chip shop chips, gravy and cheese, chips and cheese, or chips and gravy. Remember, there used to be a Facebook dedicated to it. Wow. Poutine doesn't appear. Yeah, it's an acquired taste. I love it. Healthy, nah. I like flavor. So true. Healthy food's practically illegal here. It's just too expensive. $6. Oh, yikes! $6 for a pound of strawberries.
I had to look
Holy
up how much a
criper.
pound was in metric out of vague curiosity. So,
Yeah, that's wild. One of my fave memories, Mom, before she passed. Oh, face planted in the snow. So deep she looked like a cartoon character that gone through a wall. Yeah, I could see why that would be a good memory. That would bring chuckles. Oh, ride's coming soon. Catch Rusty rewatch. Take care, Kat. Thanks so much for coming by. Refuse to comment on my purchasing habits.
Jenny. So when I spoke to you on the 7th, you were on 29 already that you'd picked up this year.
Ooh, we're almost caught up. Yeah, she was. Love Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. What did we need to ask?
Oh, it was that.
Plug your ears, Didi.
It's okay. I'm currently skimming through the book because I've just pulled it off the shelf to figure out where it is. So I'm going to find if it's.
You're going to find it?
Yeah, okay. I genuinely think that they've pulled from Wheel of Time for the film and not from Lord of the Rings, the book, just for cinematic access, which sounds like a weird thing to do. But I'm gonna have a skim through that later on.
Okay.
So
Well, and we can always ask Jenny at as we're later into the book and that too. Love Lord of the Rings. Hate when some claim you aren't a real fantasy fan if you haven't read it. Not an easy book to get through if you're not used to epic fantasy. I agree. And I don't know why people have to be so damn judgy. I mean, read what you love. You know, it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, right, Lord of the Rings is not a small book.
Yay, MJ's still here.
So I read them backwards. I read Wheel of Time before I read Lord of the Rings, which feels like a really weird thing to say. But that's the way around I read Wheel of Time up to where it was up to, watched the films, read the rest of Wheel of Time, and then read Lord of the Rings, and then read The Hobbit after Lord of the Rings, because of course I did, completely backwards. And then the Silmarillion, which I am getting back soon off my friend, because they have still got it, and I want to reread.
So are you supposed to read The Hobbit first before Lord of the Rings?
You don't have to, but
well, it's
in order.
If you if you want to read it in order, Silmarillion, because that explains Sauron and the rings, The Hobbit, because then we meet Bilbo and the ring, and then Lord of the Rings, which is the whole dealio about why the ring needs to be destroyed and Sauron returning when they thought they had defeated him. But I just want to quick say bye, MJ. Thanks for coming by. But I think you can read, I mean, really, you can read them in any order. I'd read Lord of the Rings way back when I was a teen. I can't remember when I read The Hobbit. It might have been after Lord of the Rings, actually, but I agree with, Jenny. It's not an easy read for everybody. I mean, just the way it's written, it's very different. And it's one of those, I think, you either enjoy the style and you enjoy the way it's presented, or you don't. I don't think that determines whether you're a fantasy fan or not, though there's so many different books out there.
Well, fantasy in itself is not really, it's a very wide genre, which then has its subgenres as well.
Exactly.
It's like, I'm going to be reading a book called Diplomacy of the Knife very, very soon. That is nothing like, it's fantasy, but it's grimdark fantasy. It's very, very different to Wheel of Time or Lord of the Rings, or Earthsea is the other like big example that everyone goes, oh, have you not read Earthsea? It's like, well, a lot of people haven't.
I haven't even heard of it, so that would be me.
It's Ursula Le Guin. I might be pronouncing it wrong because I mangle English, but it's like, I think it's 4 books, but it's all, I've got the full version. So,
dude, it's your first language. I always pick on you and Noah about this. Second language. First language for you.
I have to point out, British English does not match English anywhere else in the world. And also, I will also say that I suspect that regional variation in the UK is probably a lot higher than anywhere else in the world as well. Because, you know, if I go 30 miles in any 4 directions, I have a completely different language set.
Wow.
Because Scouse does not sound like me, like remotely. And I am 35 miles from Liverpool, where I am right now.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of neat, though.
It's a weird country.
They all are. Trust me, Canada's not like stable Mabel either, believe me. So, Jenny's saying she's still at 29. See? There's improvement. People saying bye to MJ. Jenny also read Lord of the Rings first, then Silmarillion and Hobbit. Now, see, Wheel of Time, I wouldn't have even known about if not for the Prime series. So I will give a streaming service that. But because they're constantly screwing around with when the series comes out, and I'd read the first 3 books and decided I needed to know how this ended. And in partway into book 1, I figured out, well, the show's not just a sec. dry tickle. The show's not being true to the books anyway, so I just went ahead and knocked off the whole series in that year, which in a way makes me sad because I could have made a killing at the thrift store for what I paid for those books at Indigo. But on the other hand, I'm having fun the next time through them. So, but yeah, if not for the series, I wouldn't have ended up reading these books. I'd never even heard of them, even though I knew of Lord of the Rings and I'd read different fantasy. But yeah, but I think what I'm going to do, if I get a bit farther in this, or I may potentially even just do it tonight and tomorrow, is go back and watch season 1 of Lord of the Rings, because it really covers the first 3 books. So I can watch those because I'm a nerd. I'll make my notes and then I can compare to what's happening where.
The first note will be, why have they destroyed Perrin's character in the series?
Exactly.
I am going to go back and, just as well, you brought it up the other day, but I have actually seen it checked now. So it's book 4 they're covering in season 3. Plus
Is
whatever.
It?
Yeah, so it's meant to be Shadow Rising, the covering in season 3, but they have messed about with timelines, so it'll probably pull a bit from later.
Lanfear's in season 2.
Yeah, so they have said it's mainly going to be Shadow Rising, but they have already faffed about, which I get you've got to do it for a TV show. You have to make alterations for adaptions. Sensible ones would have been preferable, but never mind.
Well, exactly, because that's a huge, and again, we're not going to say anything specific, but that's a huge change with Perrin's character and what's going to happen several books later. Like, I don't know why they did that, but we'll get there.
I am going to watch season 2. I might try and watch it in the next couple of days, actually, just get it out of the way while I'm off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to watch season 1. I don't know if I'll go ahead. Actually, now I'm curious. I may go ahead and just, like, what do you call it when you watch them all?
Oh, binge.
There you go. Yeah. Binge them. Mind fart. You binge them and then see, because to me it seemed like season 1 ended at book 3, but we'll see how that goes. So Jenny's saying, I think romantasy is the only subgenre I struggle with. Fantasy elements usually the weakest parts. Yeah, I tend to not really do romance. I mean, years ago I'd read Harlequin romance and that, but it's not my favorite thing to read. And to be honest, with ACOTAR, I didn't really find that much romance in there. So I'm glad Janie said, don't approach it like a romance, because it was more about the humans, the elves, Tamlin kind of just not coming up front about why he had brought Feyre over and then just letting her walk away, which was really stupid. But I mean, if he didn't, then the rest of that nonsense wouldn't have happened. And I gotta say, Rysand, I don't see how she ended up with him, but
Rysand is every romantasy, romance interest male. That's like the way they're described in nearly every romantasy is Rysand. So if you dig into, say,
they're not all douches like he is. I mean, he's above and beyond douchey. No, so sure. From book 1, I mean, come on.
I mean,
there's bad boys, and then there's you're messed up if you're with this dude.
I will say, out of book 1, Rysand is not the worst of the 3 romance options, and that's if you're politely calling Lucian a romance option, which he isn't, and he's the most interesting character for it on a side point.
Yeah, I agree. Lucian is great. He's got my sarcastic sense of humor.
Yeah, Tamlin is a objectively worse romance interest, I think.
See, I need to get to book 2 to decide.
Yeah.
and at the end of book 1, I didn't think Tamlin was that bad. And I can't remember, were we talking with Noah when he said about someone who got that big Tamlin tattoo? And I'm like, no, you find out more about a character before you invest that much money in ink. Hey, Jack.
Yeah, and the thing is that the online discourse around Tamlin is a lot of the stuff is this character does not deserve a redemption arc. And when that is the online discourse of this character doesn't deserve to be redeemed, that's why I read after I'd read ACOTAR specifically. So I've not read the others. There's just a couple of bits in book 1 that made me go, ugh, because it's a consent thing, which is something that really, in romance in general, like I know I've had a rant recently about this to do with Ice Planet Barbarians. Consent.
Yep. What? Didi's paying attention now.
Okay. So if you took out part 1 of Ice Planet Barbarians, I wouldn't mind the book at all.
See, I haven't read it, but I did hear Witchy Reed's review of it.
No, me and Witchy have very similar thoughts because you have, and I kind of get where the author was going with it, but you had a major consent issue for one group of aliens and then a less bad consent issue for the future romance option. And I despise that with a passion because a consent issue is still a consent issue.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's a thing that seems to be quite popular in romance, especially dark romance, I've noticed. Seems to be a thing. I don't get it. And in certain other subgenres as well. Ice Planet, that left it ruined the rest of the book for me. And there's a very similar thing, not to as bad an extent, but when it was the sort of the springtime festival event thing, there was a scene in there when Feyre, first of all, was an idiot, which, at least she was consistently stupid. But she got caught, and then there was a momentary, it was SA, mild, but still SA.
Yeah.
And that straight away made me go, don't like, even with the excuses, it read like drunk man in the club excuses.
Yep.
And I hated it. And that put me off Tamlin. I didn't like him anyway because he felt contrived. But, which is why I got really annoyed on a side point when Noah said I was Tamlin on that thing.
Oh, I forgot.
That's what set me off.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, and that's what soured me because there's one thing because he's very much portrayed as the good person. And I hate that aspect, the flip. Whereas Rysand is deliberately shown to be dark, brooding, spiky, not particularly likable initially, but you can tell they're going to be, they are going to have the heart of gold underneath. You can already see it plotted.
Well, see, that's why I want to read book 2, because something more is going to happen. Now, through Libby, I could get book 3 and 4, and I actually started listening to book 3. And Sue was telling me, no, you really should read them in order. And as I got a little bit into book 3, I'm like, oh, things have changed drastically from book 1. Now she's with Rysand. Tamlin's the villain. What happened? Because when I ended, when I ended, okay, just cover for a little bit more, hon. When I ended in book 1, she was going to marry Tamlin, and then she's with him. Okay, we're good. So there was such a jump, but now I've decided I can just go ahead with book 3. And see, Jack said I have to catch up. Jack's saying you have to read them in order as well. But okay, so Jenny's saying, see, I don't have Netflix anymore, but they have a whole section dedicated to films and shows that are also books. See, that would be good.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we haven't had Netflix, and I'll see whether it's worth it. But part of what I want to do this year, and my plans are going up on it's Monday's video. I'm like so packed with reading and personal self help projects and this and that because I need to keep busy this year because there's just too much crap going on with our neighbors down below. And our idiot prime minister just resigned. So that's going to be a whole brouhaha up here in Canada. And it's like, no, I don't want to adult and have to pay attention to you damn politicians and go vote. But I will because I have to. And then I'm out of the political arena and back to reading and keeping busy because there's only so much I can focus on. Hey, Jack. Thank you so much. I agree with Jane. And see, now having jumped ahead to book 3, I agree with Janie. Tamlin, I am not happy with Tamlin anymore. The first part of the book, I didn't find him too bad in book 1 and not too bad near the end, although that whole Amarantha thing just made me want to hurl. But by the time I got to book 3, I'm like, I'm missing something big here with Tamlin. Dubious consent seems to be everywhere lately. Now, before we move too far from there, Didi, did you read Ice Barbarians? And did you like it? Yeah, she's not saying anything.
I need to be clear, from part 2 onwards, if part 1 hadn't happened like it did, it would have got a much better ranking. Because from chapter 2 onwards, it's really good for what it's doing. And I know the author has acknowledged, I think it's Ruby Dixon, the author, has acknowledged mistakes they've made in writing book 1, which they have tried to correct in later books, I believe. But that first chapter
does,
and it's not because what happens is unrealistic as well.
I know what you're talking. Okay, because I was like, when you were saying, I was trying to figure out what you. Okay. When they're on the actual ship rather than when they
the ship with the slavers.
Yeah.
What happened is realistic to what happened in real life with the slave trade. We know this.
Yeah.
But then the romance thing does something when lady asleep. That's not good. The rest of it's fine. The rest of the book is really good. That first bit.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, because I was like, you were saying it, and I was like, I'm trying to think where that because it's like, did I miss that?
Yeah.
But no, the bit on the ship is I won't say it's problematic because the thing about it is, and this is when because it's funny that we were saying this. I was having this conversation with my cousin over Christmas because he says he's a baby, he doesn't know anything. He says he doesn't want to read. He doesn't read fiction. He's all about non-fiction because non-fiction is real. I was like, well, when it comes to non-fiction, you have to be aware of who the source is, and if it's coming from a biased perspective, because sometimes if it is, then you have to be wary of the voice that you're bringing in. With fiction, while that's still true, it's not based on reality. However,
inspired by
bits. Yeah, exactly. And so, because we were talking about was it Half of a Yellow Sun? I forget, the Chimamanda book, where it talks about the Biafran War, which is very significant for me and my family because obviously we're Nigerian. My grandparents lived through that and were affected by that, and at one point they didn't live in Nigeria because of the war. So I was like, we wouldn't have known some of that information to be true because you're not taught it, and if you don't live there, you don't know it. But if you read it, you're like, oh, I didn't know that, because there was bits in it, and I was asking my mum. Mum was like, yeah, that really did happen, And so, yes, with fiction, it does draw upon reality. And
Yep.
that bit on the ship, while some people might say it, I mean, it is problematic, but the fact of the matter is
it
it
happened?
happened,
It happened.
like Ben said, during the slave trade.
Yeah.
And some people like to not
They want to rewrite
Romanticize is probably the
history.
best way.
they want to rewrite history and be like,
Yeah.
no, that didn't happen. That was a real thing
yeah.
for
Yeah.
a lot of people. And so when people talk about their, you know, their continuous talk of the slave trade and bringing it up, and people say, oh, it's been such a long time. While
It's
that's
not.
true,
No,
still
it's
happened.
still there's
and
50
it's still
million
slavery.
people today.
Exactly.
Just to clarify, so it wasn't necessarily the stuff on the ship that it did bother me, but that wasn't the issue. Was that then you had the romanceable character then do something? So it almost felt like chapter 1 had the bad thing to make the less bad thing not look like a bad thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get what, because you were so shocked with so you were so shocked with the first chapter that everything else that came after it wasn't as shocking, and so it was I get you, acceptable.
It was still in the first chapter where the barbarian finds I can't remember the main character's name off the top of my head, and she's asleep or unconscious or whatever she is. And he performs while she's unconscious.
I know.
And that it was that scene, that specific scene, that made me go, I don't like this book, just because of that. And I didn't like the way the messaging worked for me personally. The rest of the book, and if that one scene hadn't been there, because that one scene didn't have to be there at all, the book would have got a decent grade. Because yes, that's uncomfortable to read, but you don't have a right in life to not be made uncomfortable by things sometimes, if that makes sense. And if you want to have that really horrific stuff happening and then have a savior, this male savior figure or female savior figure, that's fine. It was the fact that they also did something that was really not acceptable that left a nasty taste. But that's just for me.
But Didi also made an excellent point, and thank you so much for mentioning that, Didi, because this is one thing that drives me wonky, and we won't get too deep into it, but I really am tired of hearing the slavery and those issues like they're not still happening today. I mean, I live in a city where today children are still being taken from high schools off the streets and sold into the slave trade. Or sex trade. Don't tell me that those kinds of issues are done. I don't agree with, what's her name? There's some things I don't agree that this one, she's a YouTuber. Candace Owens or something, I think. Like, she's got some stuff. But she did put up a video, and I actually Googled and I watched someone's reaction to her video. There's 5 Black young men, and they have a channel. I don't have the name because I don't watch it all the time, but they were reacting to her video about slavery. And she was saying there are 700,000 slaves in Africa today. Now, I think that was a couple years ago, and they Googled it, and they're like, damn, there is. I'm like, boom. So why are we pretending that this is an issue from centuries ago and renaming things and getting rid of historical names of people who, yes, I'm sorry, they had slaves. They lived in that time period. It was a different time. But if you keep erasing all those names, what other history are you erasing? Because those names were picked for buildings and things for another reason. So what really is happening in the background of these names you're targeting to get rid of?
Yeah. And
it's a so much bigger issue.
Yeah. Well, like I mentioned that stuff earlier, that select committee. One of the things that was brought up in that was slavery. And it's like, it's all over. You won't see the UK news. Didi will probably be aware of all the explosions recently on UK news to do with various gangs and Elon Musk's interference. And unless you're sensible and ignore the news, which is a very sensible thing to do, just to be clear, it's all over the place right now. And it says it all that we have to do every 6 months in work. We have to do a course to recognize the signs of modern slavery in work. We actually have a training thing every 6 months that we have got to do and have signed off to say that we've done it, to recognize the signs of modern slavery and what that looks like, because it is still going on. It's just, it's not as flagrant, I suppose is the word, as it used to be, but it's still there.
Exactly. And actually, while you're mentioning that, Jenny, I still need to follow up on that one company, because I'd recently bought some glow-in-the-dark stickers, and this company says that part of their proceeds go to stop people being taken into the sex trade, and they're aligned with other agencies to help rescue these people and bring them back home. And like I say, I mean, I don't live in a massive city like Toronto. Thankfully, I'd go wonky. But I mean, even here in London, with almost 500,000 people, we lose people all the time to that. And that it's just sickening that here we are in 2024 and this is happening. Like, but I still need to find out if that is a legit statement about this company, because it pisses me off that you have to double check so many things and you can't just trust a company is doing what they say. You know, there used to be a time where false advertising and all that, there was accountability, but you know, that doesn't happen now. So Jenny, the one point I do want to make though about the Africa situation, just so we're clear, the majority of those owners in Africa are not white. Thank you very much. Just wanted to be clear. We don't get slammed for that one too. we get enough stuff our way. All right. Just because they ended up with a HEE doesn't mean it's still not SA. Okay. I don't know what HEA stands for.
Yeah. Happy ever after.
Thank you.
Happy ever.
See, I'm going to have to write, what are they called? Lexicons for all the little short forms and things. It's like, I know what LOL and BRB is.
It gets worse because in work, we have a report called an STD report, which means something very, very different in work to what it means to the rest of society.
See, this is why people need to stop and think when they come up with some of these things, honestly.
To be fair, it will be translated from German, which is what it is.
But still.
So, well, they don't think about these things.
Now, I think, sadly, we've lost Jack, I think. She had to go to sleep, but set it off to bed. Sorry, Miss saying bye, Jack, but she is also saying, been a while since she read ACOTAR, but Tamlin's, especially in book 2, on awful. So, yeah, I guess he gets worse. She's saying to read them in order. You know, we're a mess over here. Yeah, well, Leslie, it's our politicians aren't exactly the brain trust either. It's just, we don't make the news as much.
I think the world is a mess right now.
Well, exactly. So Jack, wishing everyone a great evening. Thanks so much for stopping by. Yep, 2020 let's keep this dumpster fire going. Yeah, I don't know what made Trudeau decide to resign. And okay, it's no secret I dislike politicians. Most of them are just a waste of air and all the rest of it and good resources. But with Trudeau, the real kicker is now that he's resigned, our government is doing nothing. And you know those SOBs are still making their 6-figure salaries to sit on their ass at home, do whatever it is they're doing. but the government is doing nothing because the Liberal Party, yes, I know they're supposed to be called liberals, but they're liars and they left the E out of their name, liberals. But now they have to vote in a new leader because that, of course, was Trudeau. That's how he became prime minister. Because unlike the States, we don't vote directly for the prime minister. It's whichever party gets the most seats across the country. But so now his group of minions has to get their act together, vote in a new leader. Then we have to have an election, which, well, hallelujah, here it only takes a month, not a year of traveling around the country. They'll have a month, have signs, all kinds of paper waste and whatnot. We'll go fill in our little ballots that are like, this bit, about this big, because you have 5 names or so to pick from, depending on your area. You tick off the least douchey politician in your area, stick it in the box, they count them up, and then they'll finally get around to going back to Ottawa and maybe do something depending on if they're majority or minority. It's like, oh my goodness. Hey, Noah. So that's my little rant on politics.
It's a rare thing, but I look at politics everywhere else in the world and I'm thankful for how archaic and traditionally corrupt the UK system is. Because it still somehow stays corrupt in such a small scale way compared to everyone else. It's like, who's going to be head of state? Oh, it's fine. They're just born to it. You can't vote on them. It's the king or the queen. It's like, can they do anything? No, we're just going to spend money on them. They can't actually do anything. What happens when they die? The next one gets it. It's like nice and simple. Don't have to. Everybody else, you've got to do your job. You're not the leader anymore. You've still got to do a job while they protect the leader. Just low-level corruption in the UK.
Yeah, well, I wish we had low level here, but it's not happening. Yeah. Hey, Julie, thank you so much. Glad you could join us. We have Stuart. Hi. Aw, thanks. I am having a fantastic day. I'm pain-free. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm making the most of that. Noah! Yay! How you feeling? Yes. We want to know. Uh-oh. Poo-poo. Had to leave work. Aw, bad day. Aw, Muffin. Well, we're sending you love and hugs, honey.
I'll be honest, I am so glad I'm not in work this week because all I'm hearing is that everybody is dead.
Yeah.
That's all I'm being told this week. It's like,
well,
yeah, I'm not there.
I've noticed even on YouTube and, I forgot. Jenny, here we go again. Janie, I hope you're feeling better. I've noticed a bunch of YouTubers, they're coughing and they're sick or they've had the flu and yeah, a lot of it's the one good thing about living with chronic pain and not working. The only person I'm around is my husband, and he doesn't dare get me sick. It's like, no way, man. I get a cold and I could end up worse coughing with my back. So I'll kill your ass if you come home with bugs.
No.
Just smother you with the pillow. Now it's out there on the internet. If you actually croaks in the night, they'll be coming to find me.
It's like
good. Okay, so Jenny's good. Thanks and fair. Oh, Jenny's had that training too every 12 months.
I think it's a legal requirement.
They catch on quicker in Scotland, Ven. They only have to do it once a year.
You do have to account for the lowest denominator, which is always the English. Let's be honest.
Maybe we should get rid of voting. Oh, yeah. You know what? Let them fight it out like Hunger Games, except with instead of teenagers, send the politicians in there. Damn, there's a good way to get rid of war, because if they had to do something, that'd be the end of that.
Now you say
last one's in charge.
You say that, but the minute you throw a billionaire in there, they just pay everyone off anyway.
No, but see, they can't. They have to actually go in and do it themselves. There's no paying anybody else.
Some people say self tan will protect them. It's that thick, it'll be fine. Fake tan, not self tan.
Look at Jenny. Can you imagine the watch parties? That would be huge ratings, Screw the public execution. Go and have a picnic days of way back when. We throw the politicians in a arena and let them have at it. Less douchey. They're all height. Yeah, well, and that's the sad thing, isn't it, Leslie? I can't think of one either. Hi, Lil. Oh, good. Better. Oh, took six days. Yeah, a few people I know. Yeah, sorry, not feeling. Hey, look at that. We almost caught up. British parties would look absolutely ridiculous, Hunger Games style.
Hey.
I'd watch that. See?
They would. They would look ridiculous. I mean, you can look at them all and you know who would win just by looking at them all. But
hey, some of them might surprise you.
Some might. Not many of them.
Depends on how bad they want to stay in that seat and make six figures.
Well, they don't make six figures in the UK.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were saying, yeah, but see, part of that's the exchange rate, isn't it?
In Canada it would be over, but not by much. So there's not as much money in our rephrase that. There's not as much obvious money in our political system. Let's say it like that. Again, it's not as corrupt as other places. It's still not honest.
Well,
just to be clear.
I mean, that's sadly the nature of it, isn't it? That's sweet. Faithful Duo saying everyone feel better soon. Aww. Need to see Boris at it. Yeah, there'd be some. Yeah. Maybe we could, have it with different countries instead of just individual and,
Oh, what would be the dream matchup there? That's the question when he got down to the final two.
Yeah.
Like
very creative. Oh, yeah. Well, there's creative accounting here as well, believe me. I mean, they lose millions and it's like, so, okay, you lose millions, you don't have to find it. We don't pay a couple hundred or whatever in taxes, and suddenly the army's coming to our door to collect. Like, WTF, people. Okay, well, we have to play nice, but yeah. It would be
I had
it'll
someone
be
at
interesting.
work try and tell me that Trump, and this is in the UK, tried to tell me that Trump was good for America and a really smart politician quite recently.
Well, I am going to say...
That was an interesting conversation I had.
Oh, hang on. Noah's going. Gonna head off. Y'all had an amazing time. Be good. Don't forget. Love to... Aw, thanks, sweetie pie.
Let me know about Sunday, Wizard Boy.
Is that when your D&D day is?
Yeah. We spent 2 hours building his character the other day. I had to explain to him what a spell was. He doesn't do spellcasters.
I was gonna say
I don't know how to play D&D. Every time someone mentions it, I sit there and I'm like,
to me, it sounds like work, but I know people have a great time.
It's creative maths is what it is, more than anything else. That's the best way to describe it. So I have so many maths because you have like 7 different type of dice. Everything's based on stats and dice rolls, and then your ability to communicate that into the story.
So, oh Lord, that wouldn't work for me.
The fun I've got now is I'm the one trying to design this story, not knowing how many people are going to be there.
Yeah, that's got to be a challenge. I mean, I know I've heard of D&D. I've never played it. I know a lot of people are into it. It sounds like fun. And well, I used to watch Big Bang Theory. And so Sheldon in that group, I think there was one episode where they were playing D&D. And yeah, it seems very complex to me. I play match 3 games because sometimes I have the attention span of a gnat. So if I'm playing a game, and I'm done, then I just want to be done. I don't want to spend another 20 minutes finding this, that, whatever, so I can save it and then come back to it later. I just want to, exit and good.
How do I explain it the best? It's immersive storytelling where it's almost like a choose your own adventure. So one person, which in this case is me this time, comes up with an overall idea, and then the players make a choice for how they work through the story.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the people that come to my table are like drunk bees. So it is genuinely like trying to herd bees. It's a nightmare. But it's fun. I will be underneath the table by the end of the night because I will have gone through a bottle of Fireball just to keep myself sane. But it's fun, and it depends on the sort of table you're at and the sort of player you are, because there's different, like everything, there's different sorts.
Exactly.
So we all get together because we're friends and we just want to cause chaos. That's the whole thing, which makes it harder for me to get them to do things.
Well, and it's to have a fun time, and you get to create characters. Like, there really is so much to it. And Faithful Duo saying a lot of money in die making for D&D gamers. So
there is. I have 14 sets of dice.
Holy jumping!
Because you have, right, here we go. You have a D4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20. So you have 6 basic dice, and then you have other dice which I don't have, but you can get them as well. So I have 60, about 100 dice. Because sometimes when you're rolling multiple of the same type of dice. So you say need multiple D6s. It is a fun improv game. Well, it's not fun when I'm a player.
Because control issues, Ven.
No, what it is people tell me I can't break things.
Yes.
That's a challenge, not an instruction.
See? Don't read ACOTAR.
No.
Had to buy it.
True. That's fair. So
now Jenny wants to come watch you guys play.
You're more than welcome to this Sunday. I will just throw a character sheet if no one else turns up. Because the other thing as well is not a few people, it's only like their second game. Or there's another person, we played lots of games, but she drinks that much every time we play that she can't remember the rules the next time round anyway. So every session is the first session again. Yeah, I have so many. I've actually got, because I am a geek, which may have been established previously, I have designed a whole world. It's got its own named days of the week, its own festivals. I've done a map, its own cities, its own religion. I've built all of this.
Wow.
And then they come along and just don't do what they're meant to do. But it's fine because Mothman got them last time. So it was okay.
Okay, well, let me read this because poor Didi's hiding behind Jenny's comment. Hi, honey. D&D sounds like a fun improv type game. Too impatient to learn how to play and nobody to play with. See, I'm kind of on that as well, Jenny. Maybe if they create one on the computer, creates the missions for you. Okay, not sure about that part.
Baldur's Gate 3 is D&D. Buy Baldur's Gate 3, play it. It's amazing. Minthara is the best character ever, as is Karlach. I will take no questions.
Well, there you go. So yep, apparently you live to break the game.
Yeah.
Leslie's daughter's
last time.
Leslie's daughter, huge fan of Critical Role, has a dice set. Now, is that the same type of thing then?
Yeah, so Critical Role it's a group of voice actors that have like around Hollywood, doing the voiced the English dubs for anime and stuff like that, and video game voice actors. Yeah. And they had been recording they'd been playing a game at home, and one of their friends said, "Do you want to play it on stream live?" So they did, and it became massive. And I'm talking, millions millions of people watch this, to the point where you get celebrities going on, taking part, and it's become this to the level where they're popular enough now that they are creating their own game system outside of D&D, because D&D's had a bit of a rough few years because Hasbro and corporations and capitalism, because of course. So they've started trying to spin off and create their own stuff, but there's so much tie-in media. There's like graphic novels, which I've got one somewhere.
Oh, wow.
Or not, and everything, because it basically drops you in a fantasy world. In Critical Role case, it's made by their DM, and it's this huge immersive world, and the choices you make can make massive consequences. And it's just that's one that's just got so big. I mean, I'm behind. I think they're in their 3rd season now, and I think they're on about episode 200. But each episode is 3 to 6 hours long. So if you want to catch up on this, and it's all, of course, you like Astarian's character, Jenny. That does not surprise me somehow. Everybody likes Astarian.
I'm reading ahead. I'm waiting for you to stop talking so I can catch up. Cheater.
Yeah. It is. You are a character in the fantasy world of your choice. But it's ridiculous the amount of freedom you potentially have. I want to play more, and in fact, I did briefly do an online game with Noah last year, because he does have, amongst his many other channels, because he collects YouTube and Twitch channels, he does have one specifically for board games, which he doesn't really use very much.
I put this up on purpose. Are you reading that? You're so sassy.
No, that's Astarian, not me. I will send you a video later of a cutscene of what Astarian is like, because there's a lot of me in there. English voice actor, side point. Used to be in Hollyoaks, I think, bizarrely, of all things. But
and now I have Ent stuck in my head. Noah should never have mentioned that.
No. But like Noah has we have done this as a live before now, so I think the intention when Noah's better is to actually start streaming some of the online games again. It's something we've been talking about.
Now, would you do it on YouTube or Twitch?
So he does it on Twitch, but then he releases the videos on his YouTube as well. So, but we're definitely, Jenny, if you want to take part on one that is not recorded, more than welcome. My second ever D&D game was running the game for a load of Noah's friends who didn't know who I was. And they didn't know that someone else was coming in to run the second half of the game until it flipped halfway through on a live. So it's like, what do you mean? It's like, oh yeah, this is your new DM for the rest of the game. And it's like, what's going on? And it's like, hi. So you know that thing where you just touched that crystal and it nearly killed you? Like, yeah, that didn't feel like Noah. Like, it wasn't. He didn't design that. So let's do some psychological horror and torment, shall we, for the next 3 hours? Yeah, I love it. I just want to do more of it. I would spend time doing that rather than BookTube, if I'm honest. If I could find consistent groups.
Yeah, you were saying you want to get more back into the gaming.
I have spent £150 on books for D&D so far. And it's switching to a new edition, to a updated edition now. So the replacement book for like the base book is £37 reduced. As an idea, if I got,
well, see, I can't play. I'm an ocean away.
Hang on,
I can't swim that well.
I'm trying to see. I've not got my D.
Excuse me.
Don't fall on my head. I had one of my D&D books fall on my head during the live the other day. That hurt.
Oh no.
Like I've got so many books, but this is one of the small. I'm trying to find, like, it's just full of artwork and stats.
Oh, wow.
And like, it's tables. It's a book of tables and artwork.
Oh, it's math.
So it's translation. It is pretty covers and statistics two things that we know that I love so much.
You might. I have. Oh, my voice. Hang on. I'm gonna mute and have a good cough.
Okie doke.
There we go. I'm back.
No.
Statistics are not my thing.
No.
I
But
had
if
to
you-
take that stupid course in university 3 times to get 60% to get my degree. And I hate statistics. I went into counseling and social work to not do math, not crunch numbers.
You're going to laugh at my video for Saturday.
What's Saturday?
Saturday is my plans for the year.
Okay.
And there's percentage increases baked into that.
That's okay. It's your math. I don't need to do it. I just need to listen to. I'm fine listening to it. I just don't want to calculate it. Why do you think I only know basic analytics from YouTube? I'm not going in there every video and this and that and crunching numbers.
God, no.
It's like
every video that'd depress me.
Well, me too. But that's not the only reason I don't do it.
No.
Okay, we're gonna catch up. So Jenny's saying sorry for hiding Didi behind her comment.
Nearly as big as her book buying.
Baldur's Gate. Now you said that's like D&D, Ven?
So Baldur's Gate is a game that's based on D&D rules.
Ah, okay.
So, but what it does is it does all the math for you. You move the characters around. You choose. You have like different options in like in conversations and stuff. So you get a freedom of choice. But some of those then have skill checks.
Yeah.
So say I want to convince you to give me all your money. I will need to persuade you. So I will roll to persuade you. And in the game, you just press a button, the dice rolls, it does all the math for you and tells you if you've succeeded or failed. And that's kind of what you do in the physical game. It's just you've got to do the math yourself. But that's a pre-written story, which
is that when you can ask a friend to do the math?
You can. I do the math for a lot of my players because they're too drunk to do it a lot of the time.
For me, it wouldn't be drunk. I just don't want to do math. I do like my bank account, and that's the most complex my math skills go.
I have Baldur's Gate 3. It is a game I have never finished.
Ooh.
I have 213 hours in it.
Holy jump.
So
think of all the books you could have read at time, Ven.
Yeah. And the only reason I'm not playing it at the moment is because it's due an update where they're adding more stuff into it for free. So that is, and it's mentioned in my video, I want to stream video games more than I have in the last year. That is one that I will be streaming. So
cool. We'll have to keep an eye out for it. Okay, so now it makes sense. I thought she was saying you're wonderful and sassy.
No,
which you are.
I'll send you a short video of Astarion being Astarion. He is
Is he eye candy?
I mean, it depends. He's described online as a twink vampire. Take from that what you will. He's vampire spawn. So, but they all have stories.
Feeds Twinkly. Okay, so Jenny wants to know, just want to DM or play.
If you want
Janie
to play,
is going night. Thanks for joining us. Janie. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
So, realistically, me or Noah would probably DM. Probably Noah, because he understands how the online bits work better than I do. I've not learned them properly yet. But if you ever if you want to learn, we can do a game. We can just do it all online. There's online tools that make it really easy. I've just not bothered to learn how to do them because I like pen and paper. But
once you figure all that out, because we know we can do chats in StreamYard, which this may also be, although we don't have Laura, so we'll have to run it past her in Voxer and then Noah as well. Excuse me, for the Eye of the World, and Ven, you and I talked about this briefly, whether we were going to do a monthly live stream after everyone had a chance to finish the book, or whether we're just going to do private chats and we can set those up on StreamYard so that we can all talk about, like, interactively like this, talk about the book together. So just kind of figure, or ponder. So Didi, if you have a preference, or Van, because I personally, I like reading the comments, but I like doing this as well. And if we do a private chat, no offense to anyone not reading Wheel of Time, but if we do a private chat, then we don't have to worry about spoilers because it's not going out there.
Yeah.
So then we can just chit chat as a group and bounce ideas, or I like this because, or that drove me nuts because. So we can chat more about that some other time, but I wanted to put that out there but what I was thinking too is if we did those types of chats maybe halfway through the following month, so that way everyone's done the book and got time to process all the information that was in there. And we did say then, right, that book 2 we're going to do February and March.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, granted, it's only a few days shorter, but that way, DD, as well, if your library book is still taking a while in book 1, it will give you a chance to catch up with the read as well. And then I think we did say, or did we, Van, about after book 3, we'll reassess how it's going? Because, I mean, if life or something comes up and people get behind, we can always adjust and modify as well, because, they are big books.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because book 1, my version is about 800 pages-ish.
Is that it?
Well, it's hard. So don't forget mine split over 2, and they're slightly taller than my other copies. So they're both 400 pages each. But when I've gone through the rest of the reads for this year, book 6, I think, is the longest. I thought it'd be book 7, it's book 6, and that's 1,040-ish, which is a lot of pages. So
I'll have to look, because I've got my other 3, 6. I've got my other 9.
Hang on.
I've got my other ones downstairs. We'll put it that. See, math sucks. I don't even know how many of I've got 3 books upstairs. The other ones are down. 12. There we go. 12 and 3 makes 15.
It's even more baffling, right? Because just at a glance, they look pretty much the same, right?
Yeah.
This one's 1,020 something.
Holy jump.
This one's 762.
Oh, you have the mass market ones.
Yeah. I've had these for a long, long time.
Mine are as well. They're Tor publications. They're tall. I mean, there's my hand.
And narrow, though.
But what gets me, and Noah won't be screaming.
That's tiny writing.
Yeah, but look, if you're a challenging reader or challenged reader, that would drive you nuts because it flows like a big page.
Yeah, see, that's like the one that I'm reading now, which this is the YA version, to be clear.
We at least have a bit of a margin between.
But the other ones, it's been that long since I've looked. I mean, there's a bit, not a huge amount. We won't let anyone see what I've just done for that accidentally. Yeah, that's very little.
What did you do? I missed it. I was trying to find a page where you could write on. There's not much.
I must have at some point caught the back cover when I've been putting it on the shelf and bent it over and not realised.
Oh!
So accidentally dog-eared the back cover of that one. Great.
So, can you imagine a BookTube D&D campaign?
I'll be honest.
Everyone has to pick a fictional character. Woo!
My brain, when you started mentioning about ideas, my brain went to Elaine is about to suggest we do a D&D game, but each play a character from Wheel of Time. That's where my mind went straight away.
No.
It's like, yes, we should absolutely do that. Also, where have I put my Lord of the Rings book I had before?
That would take crazy planning.
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
Why is there so many words on the page? Jenny.
many words is Wheel of Time?
I
Now,
don't know.
there's a question.
You are really into the numbers. Holy.
I
I feel
love
like maybe page number. How many pages are there at the most?
it's only 4.4 million words. It's not that
Is that
many.
it? And
Yeah.
guess what? Not a single F-bomb anywhere in this series. Can you imagine?
No, there's not. You know
No, there
what?
isn't.
I'd forgotten that.
It's part of why I enjoy the series. I mean, I worked in high schools for over a decade. If I had $1 for every time I heard that word, I could have retired like 10 years sooner.
It does, though.
And then now it's on TV and in all the books. It's like, no wonder the kids would get pissed off with me when I told them to learn more words. Like, these actors and writers don't need to.
I will. It is worth mentioning, though, that there is cursing in it. It's original cursing. So
There
which
you
I
go. At
appreciate.
least they're being
So,
creative.
yep.
My lay-in is bigger and yet less books. Don't know that series.
No, I don't know what that is.
Ah, Jenny. I'm not saying it isn't or that I've never dropped an F-bomb. I'm just
Unless
saying.
she means Malazan,
Yeah.
possibly, which I have.
Oh, maybe. I'm just saying that if I'm reading a book or watching TV, oh, there we go. Damn autocorrect.
Yeah. I haven't read Malazan yet. That is on my list.
Yeah. Now, what is that about?
I don't know. It's by Steve Erickson, and it's, you know, when you see a list of you must read these fantasy books, which are everywhere all the time, and they always have certain series on. Malazan is one of them. I think, is it called the Book of the Fallen, the series? I think. I don't know a huge amount about it. I think book 1 came out in the late 90s, but it's meant to be very, very, very good.
Oh,
So
I'll have to make note of it.
Yeah, I think I have book 1 on my Kindle.
Yes,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You'd have to check out.
That's because you have too many. You, Jenny, and Kat. It's like, oh, wait.
I think I bought Malazan years ago.
Not hold your hand.
You know what? No, I don't. It must be one that I've looked at buying multiple times and not done. Because there's a few like that. The other one is what's the series called? It's by John Gwynne. It's a dragon series, and I can't think what it's called. I think Fury of the Gods is the latest
or something? One. Is the only
No.
dragon series other than
No,
Fourth Wing I can think of.
I have Aragon because it's one
Which
of the
I've never read that.
It's one of the few books that my my eldest will read. So I actually bought him because they released a new one that last year. So there's been like a massive gap called Murta, which I think from memory, it's a long time since I've read it, is the name of one of the dragons in the series. And that book is 700 pages long as a hardback. It's another chunky book. He read it in a day and a half.
Wow.
Because he just sat there and just went, read! And then didn't stop because ADHD. Didn't stop until he'd read the book. So that's the battered books on my shelf.
Which is why attention deficit is inaccurate. It's attention to what you enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah. Because like they're not small books. That's one of the Aragon books. So which is I mean that's only 750 pages. That's not that bad.
There you go. So Jenny agrees with me as well. I think that's why I prefer reading series. And yeah, I like Percy Jackson as well. I read that. Or YA, Hardly Any Bad Language, Downside in Fourth Wing. Yeah, that was the other. I don't know why there were so many F this and that in Fourth Wing either. But I mean, like I say, it doesn't matter. TV, movies, books, it's everywhere. And I still say what irks me is it's taken out the effect of dropping the F-bomb because it's just everyday language now. It's not like, boom, shit just got real. You better run because I just said that word.
Well, that was why it worked so well in the Marvel movies, right? Because they didn't really have cursing in any of them. And when in the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie, they drop an F-bomb just once, because that's all they're allowed to do because the rating. But they drop it, and it has an effect because of the moment it's dropped.
Yeah.
Whereas Deadpool, which I do love the Deadpool movies, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But
still haven't seen that.
Yeah.
So you've actually seen something before me.
I've seen all of them. They're my Christmas movies. Because
Nice.
he's dressed in red like Santa Claus.
There
But
you go.
he you kind of become decent. Now, to be fair, I don't know how bad swearing is in other countries. It is very baked into certainly northern English culture. I don't know what it's like down south. I always like to think southern England is a bit more refined. I don't know if it is, Didi, or not. But
she's like, what?
no comment there. And obviously, Scotland's its own thing. Every other word's got to be a curse up there, which Jenny will agree with. So.
Jenny has said that. So yes, you're not. We'll see. And that's what was X-Men.
Yeah.
That one with Wolverine, and when Patrick Stewart came back after everything happened. And that was just a whole lot of F-bombs. And somehow an F-bomb out of Captain Picard's mouth was just wrong.
He swears in the Picard series, just so you know.
Well, I don't have Disney, and I haven't seen any of that, but it was just
horrible. It doesn't hate it. But he actually does drop the F-bomb in the series as Captain Picard, and it's an awful creative decision. Just on a unrelated rant, there is never a better way to undermine a character than by making them do something like that out of character.
Well,
side point.
And that was it. Like, even in X-Men, I mean, I said Picard because that's the role I know him as best. But as Xavier, is that right? Okay. Even that character, to suddenly have him swearing and cursing was just, where are you going with this? I mean, even Wolverine, for all his badassedness, wasn't dropping F-bombs in any of the other movies. So I was thinking, like, why are you doing this? Did they suddenly become, zoned out, dropped the brain cells, and lost the skill of the English language? I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, Jenny Park's Blood Sworn Saga.
Okay, that's the John
another
Gwynn
series.
That's the John Gwynn series. I can't remember the name of.
Okay. Logan film was good. Yeah, shocked me a little bit. Yep. Picard ever well, and plus, he's a Shakespearean actor, and there's no swearing or that in there. Same as Gandalf. Ian McKellen.
Ian McKellen.
McKellen. There we go.
Oh, he can. So he's a Wiganer. So he's from originally not far from here. He can swear like a trooper, like genuinely.
But again, off screen.
Yeah.
Have at it. That's your personal life. But if I've paid to watch something, or even if I'm just watching it on streaming, I mean, come on. These writers are getting paid big bucks, especially after the strike. Learn a few more words and pop them in there. I mean, we had TV and movies long before this swearing became a thing and everything. And you know what? It was entertaining. Reading, excuse me, H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, Lovecraft. There's no F-bombs anywhere there, but they're amazing reads.
Yeah.
Oh, Jenny's trying to build herself up to watch Deadpool. Think I'll ever watch them?
I will make you a deal, Jenny. I will watch The Lion King.
Oh!
If you watch the 3 Deadpool movies.
Should have had Kat here. More witnesses.
Cat's here.
Cat's here.
That's what you call timing.
Okay, Kat, did you just hear Ven's deal with Jenny to watch Lion King?
It's if Jenny agrees to watch 3 Deadpool movies. That'll be the sticking point.
So, Jenny, could you imagine Gandalf swearing? Most likely at Pippin, probably.
Yeah.
Made it back.
I mean, I can
Oh, she heard it. Boom,
yeah,
boom.
I can completely hear "fool of a toque" being translated into something more explicit very easily.
Now, Jenny's got a point. Not fair, Ven. 3 for 3.
Look, deals don't have to be fair. That's not how things work.
3
This is the
films
offer.
for 1, not good enough.
No, but that's
Eye
the offer.
candy and dirty humor. Gotta have the eye candy.
You don't need to add in more Disney.
You're being outvoted. 3 for 3.
That's fine. This isn't a democracy. So it's fine.
Are you a politician, Ven? Come on, dude.
I did do politics at college.
Yes, but now you're talking like a politician. Like, that's a dirty deal, man.
No, it's an offer. That doesn't mean it's not open for negotiation in my favor.
Yeah, in your favor. So then it's not a thing. You need to go see Lion King. It's awesome.
I'll see it one day. It'll be fine. I'll add it to the list of many things that I've not seen, watched, or played. So,
seeing that, Ven?
I have never respected authority in my life. I don't care who is in charge. It's not the person that's telling me what to do.
Dude, it isn't the testosterone ruling this chat right now, just so you know.
Oh, it's fine. It wasn't the testosterone really worked last time I was in, and that went really well.
Say that again?
It wasn't testosterone ruling work the other day. That went really well. It's got far worse since I left.
Uh-oh. All right, so see, Jenny's agreeing with the other Jenny and Cap. 3 Disney films, 3 Deadpool.
Again, this is not a democracy.
Sorry.
I think that's okay. I think there's at least 2 more Disney films you could watch. There's lots of good ones.
I can run through a list of Disney films I have not watched. Mulan, Little Mermaid.
Want to get better at actual conversations? Talk to me, and I'll talk back.
Practicing my Duolingo before it
runs out.
There you go.
I was like, it kept reminding me. I was like, what haven't I done today? Apparently my Duolingo. There you go.
Yeah, no, I've not seen Mulan. I've not seen, is it The King and the Frog, The Prince and the Frog? I've not seen Hercules. I haven't
Mulan?
I've not seen that. There's a load I've not seen. I stopped at Beauty and the Beast, I think it was. I did watch Little Mermaid because I don't like mermaids particularly. But although Ursula, from what I have seen, is an amazing villain, just on a side point. I've seen Aladdin. I saw Aladdin at the cinema. I love Aladdin.
Well, there we go.
Specifically the cartoon. I haven't seen the live action version. I don't want to. I don't need Robin Williams' legacy being despoiled by Will Smith particularly.
Yeah.
So that's my thought on that one. I've seen Brave. I wish I hadn't. I've unfortunately seen Frozen because my child was obsessed with it.
I love Frozen.
I hated it.
I like the music though. I mean, that's like with Jack. I like the music.
Oh, I am going to send you something after this. It's musical. I'll send it. It's an old video from, God, it's probably a decade old at this point. But
this is exactly what happened. I was like, what is that at the top of my screen? Okay. And then the worst thing is it has a countdown with it. I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, it works then. It's like, what's
it's funny.
But it's more to do with the fact that I don't want to lose my streak more than anything, because it's like I've done it for like 360 something days at this point. I would be like, we're not losing that. So
exactly. What about Brave?
I have seen Brave. Don't particularly. It's not that I don't like it. I can't remember much about it.
Yeah, I don't think I've. got their lines wrong. Live action. Braves, great, you heathen.
Well, you would say that.
Triplets were hilarious.
I
How do you
can't
not
remember it. I think Billy Connolly was in it as one of the voice
Aladdin,
actors. But
Pure.
that's as much as I remember.
Hey, Panther. Let's see. Oh, are you going to come over? You're not getting cheesecake, honey. But you
It's like-
can say hello to everybody.
Kitty. It's like
It's okay,
that's-
Ben's not coming through, honey. I know you can hear the voice, but there's no
Aw.
strangers.
Oh,
bless.
This is our feral, moved in when he was 4 months old and is now 8 years old. He and his brother moved in together, but we had to say goodbye to his brother 4 years ago in March. But he got you indoors, didn't he, dude? Yeah, he was the snuggle muffin. You're the mister. I'm only coming in because my brother's coming in and I have to keep an eye on him. And at the moment, he knows I have cheesecake and he's like, Mommy, are you going to give me some?
I mean, it's better than trying to eat your pens. Like,
Oh,
like
that's
Tiki
Tiki.
does.
Yeah, that's Tiki. I actually noticed little bugger. The one time she got one of my markers and there's teeth marks in the lid. I'm like, I obviously didn't get that one back enough. Hey, see all the nice comments? They're saying cutie pie and you're so sweet. And he's going, yeah, whatever, Mom. Am I getting whatever? Am I getting cheesecake? Don't be telling me there's chocolate in it and I can't have it. There's some vanilla. I'll get you.
It's like those eyes are not going to leave you now till it's all gone.
Yeah, exactly. So I have to find plain cheesecake. Don't tell Zener. She'll be stomping in here. Don't be sending her telepathic messages either. I'm gonna be like, Xena, I'm getting cheesecake and you're not. She loves me best. Ha.
I don't even know where my cat is. It's probably downstairs with the big child
No, I think.
harassing him for food.
Well, when I had muted a while ago and you saw me put my hand up, my hubby had come home. But I think now he's downstairs watching TV with Tiki. Which she's a whole channel herself, little Tiki TV. Oh, you just wanted the offer made? Great. That means
That's a waste
means-
of cheesecake.
that's right. That means Zeno will be coming for it eventually. So they're like, thanks, dude. They're such little buggers because they'll be picky with their dinner. And they're like, yeah, I ain't eating that. So then you put some down for the other one and they're like, cool. And then they go to the other one's dish going, I'll eat that. And it's like, you're such monsters. I tried to steal my custard donuts.
Which are the best donuts, just on a side point. I love custard donuts.
There you go, Panther. A lot of people love you, dude. They actually got to see you. Well, I get to see you in the videos. I was going to say, people think she doesn't have fur babies. You never see them on screen. What's she talking about?
I mean, I'll be honest. You never see my cat in the videos. It's very rare that he wanders through. He's very camera shy for a pretty cat as well, because he is a pretty cat.
Yeah, I think
So-
you've had him up on
It's
screen once. Uh-oh. What happened? He kicked himself out.
I know.
Oh, here he is. Dude.
not me pressing buttons.
Well, it wasn't your cat. You were just saying Bruce hasn't been around. I'm like, and I was just clicking off on the message and I'm like, did I act? No, I didn't kick him out.
No, it's because on the side of my mouse, I have a forward and back button, so I don't have to
Yeah.
use the keyboard. And I've just
Same.
knocked it while I've been moving the mouse around. I should not be allowed buttons.
Cats are revolting. Leave the buttons alone. Stop pressing the buttons.
No, I press all the buttons. If there's a big red button, and in fact, it is a red button on a side point, I'm going to press it. That's how it works.
There you go. Turning into a politician, making deals for Disney.
Deals for Disney. I mean, yeah.
They can be. See, someone else has
Yeah.
the same buttons. They can be wild. Men
Okay.
cannot multitask.
Just to be clear, Jenny, not only can we not multitask, we can't single task particularly well either. So,
Well, I'll be hoping my husband's downstairs when I'll say he can't walk and listen at the same time. It seems to be a challenge, and God, don't even give him gum because
out of curiosity, when you say that, does he stop instantly just to prove the point by accident?
Probably. Oh no, he's not watching TV. I can hear. Here he comes, and I'm getting the stink eye. So you're not downstairs watching TV with Tiki?
Not yet.
You just wanted to be sure I didn't say bad things?
No. I figured you might sooner or later.
Yeah, well, that's why I figured if I said that, then I'd know if you were up or down. Boom. Do I know my man or do I know my man?
I'm leaving you.
Oh, he's leaving me. Goodbye. Enjoy the basement. Weaponized incompetence.
Hey, look, you work with what you've got, which is a limited amount of brain cells in my case.
Oh, you're so more organized and stuff than you admit, Ven.
Oh,
And
yeah,
yes,
it's very well camouflaged.
yeah, right. And yes, Kat, because I talk loud when I'm talking to the computer. And so I knew he'd hear me if he was upstairs. And sure enough, when I started hearing the footsteps, it's like, boom. Knew you were up here. So see, he didn't come when he heard me say he was downstairs watching TV with Tiki.
Oh, bless.
Too funny. So hey, other than Wheel of Time, what you reading?
So I am reading an arc which I got a couple of months back, but it's still not out yet, fortunately. So I'm getting away with it, called Tab's Terrible Third Eye. So it's a horror set in Tennessee. And I'm about a third of the way through. It's pretty good. It's kind of if you give the idea of Death Note to a 12-year-old boy who doesn't know what Death Note is. So basically, there's like this ghost. Hang on, no, rewind. There's a storm right at the beginning of it, like a Tennessee like storm cyclone thing. So they're all running to the like storm basement, storm cell, whatever you choose to call it. I don't know what the right term is. I can't remember.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah, and this kid who is, I think they're somewhere on the autism spectrum based on how they're portrayed. Gets like really hyper fixated on where the cat is, so goes wandering back off into the field because like a branch has fallen, so having to move a branch out of the way. Storm shelter. Yeah. English would have been useful, wouldn't it? As a first language in this moment. So goes to find the cat and instead finds some sort of demon creature thing that spits in his mouth. And then this has caused like a lump to appear on his head. And that's like a third, like an eye. But it's not clear to everyone else what it is. They're just saying, oh, it's just a really inflamed pimple. It's like, is it though? But he starts to see a ghost of someone who is from a previous book, which I have not read. Because I didn't realize it was part of a series. And they're going to protect the child. And so every time this kid sort of draws stuff, about, so that's how they sort of deal with their frustrations or their feelings when something bad happens, that they end up drawing and unconsciously drawing something terrible happen. So the first one is their dad getting hit by a tractor, and they're nowhere nearby,
Yeah.
or their dad gets hit by a tractor, and it looks like the ghost is sort of reenacting the drawing somehow. So
Ah.
there is some form of link to the family that is probably explored in the book set decades earlier. I don't know what it is. It wasn't clear that this was a book in a series when I picked it up. It didn't say it in the blurb anywhere, and it was an arc, so it was free.
Nice.
So, but it's solid. It's a slow burn, which is not necessarily a bad thing with a horror. I prefer them to be slightly slower build up. It's interesting so far. The cover is something. I thought it was going to be extreme horror, the way that the cover was and the way that I initially read, and it feels like it's more psychological, which I like. So my intention was to finish it today, and I've read 10 pages. So that's today gone really well with my reading plans. But other than that, that, and then I've got, what have I got after this? The book I had after this hasn't been delivered, and Amazon has revised the delivery date, which means they are not going to deliver it. That's what they did last time. So I've already cancelled it. So my next one is one that I've been sent by the author, which is a sci-fi called The Old Stratagem. I know nothing about it. So I'll see how that is, because they're both like 300 pages ish each. So
that's
relatively short. And then I'll bounce back into the rest of my second half of Wheel of Time, which is in my case called Into the Blight. Is the version that I've got. So
cool. So Kat's saying you're channeling her, and Noah's struggling with your first language.
Yes.
Jenny always loves reminding you she's Scottish and speaks better English.
I mean,
it just feels unnatural.
The word Englishing is all I'm going to say there, and not say anything else.
English is hard, made up a ton of rules just now. And see here, and I felt bad when we were having our chat about Fourth Wing and Akatar, and Noah just seemed stricken when I had said the character in Akatar is Elan, not Elaine. And part of that is because I also worked with literacy. The example, and I agree, English is freaking brutal because there's so many exceptions to this and that, and you've got blue and through and there and there and there, and it's like, seriously, who wrote this up?
English is a nonsense language that should never have been converted to the traditional Latin-based dictionary for letters. It shouldn't have done. It should have stayed as a runic language, because that's how it was designed. But no. We didn't do that.
And with that name in Akatar, because I remember it was one of the rules I had to teach the kids of how to remember, because these were grade 2s and just learning and all that. So you think, and you know what would make English easier? If they used the marks for long and short vowels, like other languages do.
So like if umlaut in German. Like the umlaut in German that you get over the U sometimes.
Yeah. So if you think of the word cub, C-U-B, short U, but you put an E on the end, it becomes cube, long U. In Akatar, E-L-A-I-N, no E.
No.
Elaine, throw an E on the end, Elaine. I mean, and at first, I'll admit, I was even just reading it that way because I'm so used to people forgetting the E on the end of my name. And then I'm like, wait a minute now. English rules. But yeah, English is wild. Haven't finished. Still haven't. It's only just the start of 2025, Jenny.
It's fine. How many books are you reading is the key question in that.
Yeah, exactly. Finished 2, both started end of last year.
I've only finished one so far. So I've only finished my part 1 of Wheel of Time, which is half of book 1. That's all
True.
I've read so far, which is 400 pages.
I
So-
finished Blood Communion because it's a library book. I have to get it back. That's the only thing I finished this year because I'm only partway through Eye of the World. I haven't got back to any of my 17 carryovers from 2024. And to be honest, I don't know. I've got my one Aleister Crowley, which I really liked. It's called Moonchild. His fiction is actually good. I just haven't got back to it. There's been so many other things there. Oh, there you go. She's got a week off coming up, so she's going to be binge reading.
That was my plan for this week, and it has not worked.
Yeah, you need more than, yeah, but it all depends what you do with that week. Wonder how I speak at all. Favorite is I before E, except after C's, whole slew of words. Ones that follow are that it is. It's crazy. Anne Rice, someone else used, nope, that's Anne Rice. I actually read the last book of the series, Kat, and it turns out there's 13 of them. But I'm not trusting that my library is going to have it when we do the buddy read of the Vampire Chronicles in order. I've got Interview, and then being the yutz that I am, instead of getting the Vampire Lestat, I also got Prince Lestat with Blood Communion. I own Prince Lestat, so I'm just taking that one back because silly me. And then I kept thinking, and Kat, you'll know, there's the book called The Mummy. It's about Ramses. And I had that book, and for some reason I thought it was part of the Vampire Chronicles, but I think it's another series of hers. So I'm not sure. Backward sentences. Oh, Arabic's way simple, having the, can't pronounce those properly, but for vowels. Yeah, there you go. Didi, can you say those words?
I'd be guessing so. Kasratane, Doma, Domatane, and Farthatane.
There you go. So
I
yeah.
don't know. Send me a voice note of the pronunciations, and then I'll say it because that's my sister. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, different languages have different ways of distinguishing, like I say, the long, short vowels. The one thing I had to laugh and talk about arrogance. One person I was working with decided to tell me how I should pronounce my last name. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Fucking hell.
And they're like, well, you're not saying it properly. I went to school, I went to university, and I took Hungarian, and this is how you say it. I'm like, and guess what? My family aren't all idiots, and I've been saying it my whole frickin' life, so I don't know what you were taught in university. My family came from the village, and they knew how to say their name, so bite me. Like, geez, how frickin' arrogant can you be? Only one work and friend commitments keep getting in the way. Nothing wrong with that. How dare people make me people just want to read and avoid everyone? How is there 8 different ways to say A? Australia, 3 A's, all differently. Mummy's good. Sequel not. Oh, see, and I did get the sequel. But yeah, okay. Cat Sands, feel you on that, Jenny. Mummy's a different series. Vampire Chronicles, just vampires, ghosts, couple of witches. Ramses is his own thing. Okay, so somewhere along there, because I know before I unhauled it, I did have that Anne Rice one. Don't know how to say your own name. Thought it was bad. Someone told me I misspelled my name and rewrote it. I know, like humans, right? How fleepin' arrogant. I tell you. But hey, you know what, folks? We've been at this for 3 hours. And
No.
Didi, you've been like on for ages because did your sprint start 11 this morning?
No, 4.
Was
4
it
o'clock.
4? Oh,
Yeah.
4 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
11
Yeah.
o'clock my time.
At your time, yeah.
So yeah, you've been sprinting for a while.
Yeah. Like I'm not gonna lie, I like the longer sessions because I don't know why, for the shorter ones feel a little bit rushed because you're trying to see if you can get as many sprints in there, and then
Yeah.
like today, for example, the conversation, in fact, we didn't get a chance to do the last sprint, but the conversation that we had towards the end of my sprints, I really enjoyed it. Like we were talking about, you know, the difference between, or the benefits between having a physical vision board versus a digital vision board, and then like how kids nowadays don't necessarily do things the way that we did, and like just the different types of learning that there is. And
Yeah.
it was a good conversation. I enjoyed it. So
Nice.
yeah, you have certain streams that you're like, oh, I enjoyed that conversation. That conversation was cool, and that today was definitely one of them.
Awesome.
But yeah, I didn't get to finish my vision board.
See,
As host, do you ever finish the task that you set yourself that you're gonna do on the sprint? So I feel like sometimes I'm like,
No.
if I was in somebody else's sprint, I would have finished this.
well, and because you're trying to multitask with comments and the activity and so many
Yeah.
things as well. I haven't started my vision board yet. I've almost got, let's see if you can. No, I can't turn it. I've almost got my positivity board finished because I have one and it's all just sayings to keep me in the right headspace. So I have my things from The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. And then I've got Just for Today, which is the 5 Reiki principles. 4 Things from Life Purposes by Dan Millman. In the middle, I have Perspective, just the word, and it's all decorated. And then I've got a bunch of other sayings. But now that I finally got pens that work on black paper, I want to redo those because then they'll really pop. And then I've got all my glow in the dark stickers so it'll look cool with or without a light. And I have my grandmother's old pin cushion, no pins in it, not just because I have a tiki who will play with it, but so I have that up there. And then when it's all done, I'll show a picture of that. And I've got a little book called Career and Confidence, and I need to go through, answer those questions. I've got my pictures, I've got my words, and I've put them in those little plastic things that you use at seminars and stuff. They're not sticky, but they're plastic, so the papers fold in or
the
go
little
in.
pockets. Is it Polly Pockets? Polly Pockets,
something like that. Yeah,
I heard
and
that
then
the other day. I was like, oh, is that what we call them? Polly Pockets? Yeah, Polly Pockets. I think is what it is.
I think yeah. And then that way I don't punch holes into the pictures or the words, so I can keep reusing them because this book came with a deck of cards that have pictures, words, and you pick and choose because I can't draw them. So you pick and choose. So I just need to get that finished and then put them up. And then I'm going to do a video when I get the boards done. And I found Tiki helping me put my ARC journal together. Well, Tiki's version of help. Because this is the ARC journal. And so there are little rings. And so what you have to do is push the papers. I put up an old.
I have.
So while
do you
I'm
have
pushing,
a punch?
Yeah.
I need. Yeah, I've got a punch. I've got like the happy planner. Punch. Yeah.
And I did that, and so as I'm trying to push the papers down, she's running along with her paw. So now I can do my updated journal video to show what Tiki and I have been up to with some things. But Didi, what are you reading? So before we go, because I asked Ven, and
So I need to obviously catch up with the first book for Wheel of Time. I shall try and do that by the end of the weekend. Then I've also got some. This month. I'm probably this year. I'm only going to be really doing buddy reads and book club books. So for book club, I need to read Demon Copperhead. So I'm going to do that. I was going to read David Copperfield beforehand, but yeah, that's not going to happen. So I'm just going to go straight into Demon Copperhead for that. So the group discussion is the 26th. I've got 2 weeks for that. Hopefully I can. Then obviously we've got our book. I've got a buddy read / read along for When the Moon Hatched.
Yes, that's a chunky book.
Yeah,
I
it
have
is.
that somewhere.
I have thankfully I've got the audio for that. So because not many of the books that I've got have audios. So I have that. What else is there?
Come back in.
Because what else have I got?
That's that one.
have you? Oh, I like that
That's-
cover.
Do you know what's really nice about this? Even though it's a normal edition, like that's just the
Ooh.
normal end papers, and it's like I like that.
Yeah.
So that is
Yeah.
on my one of my videos that's coming up soon because I need.
Nice.
You know what? It's even got artwork on the chapters.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
pretty.
But does yours have foiling on the front of the book, or is it just the naked?
I think it's just the naked. Yeah, it's just the naked one.
Oh yeah, okay.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it was a tenner, so I can't complain.
Yes, yeah.
So.
Well, yes, I saw. I'm gonna spray my own edges on that one. So, but and then I can. I mean, technically, I can do my own foiling as well. But But so yeah. So I've got that, and then I've got my book club one. So I'm reading Les Mis this year. I'm taking the whole year to read it.
Yeah, that looks massive.
Yeah, it's like 1,000, 1,100, I think I believe it is. But yeah, we're doing a chapter a day, so that's what that is for Les Mis. And then for the book club that nobody asked, but I'm calling it like the non-readers book club is Real by Kennedy Ryan. So it's instead of doing like reading a book monthly, we take one book and read it for 2 months. So it's just I'm starting with my family. They've got no options to join the book club. They're all in it. I told them you're all doing it. But I was like, but the good thing with it is it's one, it gets them to read different genres that they're not used to. Two, I feel like there's not as much pressure to try and fit the book in 1 month.
Yep.
You've got 2 months to read it as such. So those are the books. So yeah, it's a busy month, and I've only read one. I tried to catch up on reread. Well, not reread. Try to read Before the Coffee Gets Cold today, and I'm back where I was months ago. So I've reached that point. Well, in the book where I was like when I first started the book back in, I want to say October. But, so
yeah, that's happened with me with some, and yeah. So you're the third person now I've heard of doing a book club with one book 2 months, which I think is an excellent idea because between book events and personal reading and other, it can be, really stressful. Gareth, Book Songs and Other Magic, he's just started one, and his is even more different than that. It's not just one book every 2 months, but you don't have to read the same book he is. So January, February, I think, is neuroscience. And on Monday, I've got the link to his video. It'll be in my description box. So he's reading a book about neuroscience. So if you have anything about neuroscience, you just read your book. Like, I don't know if he's doing live streams or I know
That's
I know.
a different way of doing like a book club. I love that. That way you can kind of discuss your book and try and encourage them to read.
Yeah.
Read it. Oh, that's so cool.
And I know, but I can't remember the month. He's got something and it ties in with paganism. And one of my beefcake books was Drawing Down the Moon by Margot Adler. So I'm going to aim to start my book when he's doing that. And then he's got fairy tales. There's a book he's reading about, I think it's the retellings, and I've got a book to do that. So he's got that. And then Jack, who was here a little while ago, Spread Book Joy, she's also got a book club event going with one book every 2 months, and hers focuses on middle grade reads. And so I know she's got her video up, and I decided I can't do that between the beefcake things and everything else. I'm running out of time, and we're not even up to like the middle of January. Convo at the end, really funny. Never used a vision board. Yeah, some of them look cool. And see, there's a good point too, because I've seen all these beautiful reading journals that people are doing, and they have the lovely pockets and the pages set up for the series, and they're reading, and I'm like, I can't do that. I would panic that I'm going to make a mistake and screw it up, and then what do I do with the journal? And I'm looking, but it's not close by me. I just basically have an old notebook. I have a line across January, February, March, April, and I throw my reads in start, finish, and that's my reading journal because it's low stress.
I don't even do that. I'd love to be able to do a vision board. My brain is, or a journal. My brain is so not wired like for anything like that. It's just random piles of paper. That works for me everywhere.
But see, and that's it. Like, you have to find what works for you, because I mean, I looked at these reading journals and went, oh, I would love to do that. I'm never gonna use that. So why would I do it?
It's like making notes. When you showed your notes before,
yeah,
it's like I have done no notes whatsoever. I have nothing. I've not even got tabs marked in it for stuff because my brain will not allow me to do it. I don't know what it is. I mentally cannot train and I wouldn't mind at school because I did history, I did humanities as a preference. You're
nice.
taught to go through and stop and underline and annotate and reference and cross-reference. And I just do none of that anymore. Like at all. And it's baffling to me why I don't. Not gonna lie.
Again, it's everyone has to, because I knew if I ever read this series again, I wanted to make notes. And there's not enough room on the margins to do as much as I'd like. I mean, I've highlighted and
you don't really have any margins in that
exactly. But see, for me to remember, and I thought I'm likely not going to read this a third time, but I do want to remember the series. So if I do my notes, and I love colors, so I always have a ton. Actually, tiki proof. I've come up with a little bundle and a tie, so my pens will be hidden. And then hopefully she doesn't stick her head in here, because she was sticking her head in my pencil case and yanking them out and booking it. And she's sitting in the hallway looking at me like, Mom, don't be talking crap about me. But so that's why I do it, because as I'm writing, it will help me remember. So when we have the discussions, or hence a year or two from now. But Kat's funny. Wait, folks actually do sprints in their sprints? I feel accomplished if we do 2 in all the chaos. Yeah, Friday nights are always fun. 45-minute, hence being 45 minutes late. You blaming me, Kat? Blame everyone.
I mean, to be fair, the last one ended up going down the food route and Monster Munch. and UK adverts was the last thing that I introduced Kat to on her sprints. So like the Tango adverts from the 90s and stuff.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Oh, that I've actually had to leave early. It's never happened before. I was falling asleep. I'm like, this is nuts. Like, how is that possible? But I thought, okay, I have to go back and I've got a whole and see, this is the other thing, how we'll see how it works. But now when I see videos I want to watch, I'm tabbing them in to watch later. Like if I happen to be on the computer, it comes up through the day because I usually just watch YouTube in the evenings. But now there's so many other channels, I'm getting behind and then I get panicked and then I'm like, I got to come up with a better system and got to pick and choose what I'm watching. Wasn't saying my name quite Arabic name quite right for the first 8 years. Now, do you have an Arabic name, Didi? No. Because I know with a lot of the Oriental kids I worked with in public school, they had Canadian names. So like Candace and Mark and, Canadian names. But then they had their Oriental names that they just used at home, which I thought was kind of neat. And I'm
not yeah, I'm not Muslim though. My sister, well, it's not my blood sister, but she might as well be. But it's one of my very, 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 very good friends. But she's like my older sister. But yeah, I'm not Muslim.
But yeah, my family, it irritates me. My name is the only one that can't be translated into Hungarian. My parents' names, the Yutz that was born before me, all their names can be translated. Mine, somehow I got an English name. I'm like, WTF, people, like, what were you thinking? But there you go. Crazy convos better than sprints. Whoop. Leave structure organization to real adults. Embrace the chaos. So cute having Kitty help. Well, Tiki thinks it's cute. I was hoping to be done my notes up to chapter 5 yesterday, but no. I just gave up because she wouldn't get her face out, and then she's like on the table. I'm like, really? So I have to do these things in the afternoons when she's sleeping. It's the only time I'm guaranteed she's not going to come running and grab something. Kitty Prince. Beautiful cover. That must have been the one you held up. Oh, Moon Hatched. Proper fantasy newbie. Seems like a big one.
There's a book 2 out this year for it, I believe, as well.
So
another
and
series.
Jenny would like oh, okay. Ven already clarified. 570 is chunky. Jenny's telling you're a lightweight. Crazy huge books. 300 to 400 standard. Love me a thick book. See, that's the other reason, girl, you need to DNF some of them so you could get through all of those. We'll be lazy with our Anne Rice. Only got the first 6, 2-book hole in the series. There you go. See, I don't have, and yeah, Kat and I need to chat about that too, because I've got the first one and a bunch of the other ones here and there. My library's got most of them, so hopefully that'll work out. Or I'll look, because I'm trying to not go to the book thrift store until March. So I'll see if they have any Anne Rice. I've actually picked up a few there. Oh, Jenny's got folders on her Kindle with each of the books on a monthly TBR. See, I can't do TBRs. The closest thing I have to a TBR right now is those Beefcake books.
I have actually done, and I don't normally I'll do a list of books to consider reading in a month, and then I'll pick off that. I'll ignore the list half the time, but I start with a list. This month I have a set list, which is not like me, because I've looked at it and gone, Wheel of Time is going to take a significant period of my reading. It's why my reading goal this year is, but I've got
Lower.
a pages and a books target.
Okay,
Because
yeah.
when I've done the maths, I've sent like 20,000 pages, which is less than last year, but it's still 60 pages a day. I think it works out thereabouts.
Mm.
If we read 10 Wheel of Time books this year, that is 45% of my page goal from 10
Wow.
books. So then when I add the rest of the Beefcake books, because I've recorded that yesterday, because I weighed them as well. I actually took
Such
them
a
to the
keener you
scales.
are.
It's like, how much does this stupid pile weigh? And it's a lot. And I was
No
looking at it going,
kidding.
like, genuinely, because I included some digital books in it as well that were quite chunky. And over the course of 25 books, that's nearly 18,000 pages over 25 books. And then I have the Dune trilogy on top of that, which is another 1,500. So if I literally read 30 books this year, that's my page golden.
Yeah, well, because you're not picking small books either. And like I
No.
say, I did, but no, I never know at the beginning of the month when I'm reading. I have no clue unless it's a month that I'm doing a book event. It's what do I feel like reading? What am I doing? What am I getting into? And I go through my personal stuff, or if something's caught my attention, or I actually think to look at the book of all the recommendations from all the different booktubers I've been watching, and I get it through the library. But I have the only way I know what I'm reading that month is at the end of the month and I look at what I finished.
No.
TBRs. See, for you, Ven, journals and things don't work. I
No.
can't do a TBR. I would feel like I'm in school again, where I'm being told I have to read something, and I'm too rebellious for that. It's like, I don't want to read that right now. I want to read this.
No, well, quite often I'm not doing it this month. I'm sticking to it this month. We'll see how that works out. But every other, you'll see, because I do still have a notebook that I write everything in. But you'll just see, like, tag videos for this month isn't actually a side point. I had a list of tag videos to do. I have done one of them. Cross, arrows, substitute, different ones. And I do that with my TBR. So quite often, normally because I've gone and bought some, but I've not done that recently. So I've been good so far. But I'm actually being organized with my reading until March.
Nice.
I actually kind of have a set TBR in place because I want to get through. There's books I have had for years. It's like there's one which is a chunk called The Sum of All Men, which I bought in 2003. I bought book 1 and book 2, and I have never read them. They've just sat on my bookcase, and it's like, you know what? I really need to get through at least one of those this year. So
it sounds like okay, I'll have to catch up. So, Kat, urban fantasy adventure thrillers are favorites. No fairy tales without her Kindle Unlimited. Most urban fantasy is fun. Like them as fun palate cleansers. Cute. You think it's tiki proof? Yeah, that's so true, Kat. We're insane ads. Earn Bruce Snowman ad. Oh, I think I did remember. I think I was there for part of that. I remember something about that. Have to look again. To an advert section. And new end of the sprints, toying with belly dancing and book reviews.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe if you ever choose your channel name, always an option.
Whose channel name?
Cats.
Is she changing her name?
I don't know, but
if she's going to be
belly dancing and book reviews. You
Let's
never
see.
know.
BD and BR. Belly dancing and book reviews. That she got a gift card. Ooh, bought myself Brave Twisted Tail. Might have to
I-
check for Anne Rice sale.
I have heard good things about Twisted Tales books. My daughter has been working through those.
Hmm.
So, which I have got one. She's lent me one. I don't know where I've put it, but she has lent me one to read at some
Naughty,
point.
naughty.
So, not sure which one it is though.
Jenny. Kindle Superior. My stack's only a centimeter high and about 200 grams in weight, no matter how many books I get. Well, I put on my community post today my drama with my books, because having my book events in a basket, awesome idea. I just go, whether it's a month, 2 months. But then I bought some books and now I don't have enough room to put back my ghost books because that area is completely filled up. And yes, I do have an extra bookcase, Van, but it's downstairs. And it already took me a month to figure out one stack of books to fill up the other bookcase that's down there because I want them all upstairs.
I am considering buying. I know I've just bought 3, but I've done some measuring today to the
Uh-oh.
wall just to my left to potentially buy one more. So I have a little bit of breathing room because there's not much space left on these 3 bookshelves. Now I've sorted stuff. So, and I quite like the idea on a purely aesthetic level to have like these as like special editions behind me.
Ooh.
So, because I want to get some special editions this year, and there are some very specific ones that I'm looking at. It's not going to be a case of I can't do the pretty cover thing with special editions. I'll be bankrupt within a day. So, if I'm a little bit smarter with it, that's one of the things that, because more money this year now, I will be hopefully investing in. I'm also, you're going to laugh, I'm not going to give an exact number, but my aim, I've sort of set targets for the year. One of them is to reduce my book buying. So I do have a percentage
Do I hear
reduction.
any wagers? Let's start wagers.
Well, I have set a specific target on the video that goes up on Sunday once I've finished editing it.
Oh, you're going to make us wait till Sunday?
I want to reduce my book buying by 75%.
Oh, honey, you're not going to make it. Go for 50.
I did buy 400
Realistic goals, Ben. You're buying other stuff because you're twitching now, not buying books.
Yeah, I did buy 400 last year.
Yeah, you doubled what I bought.
Are you including physical and digital, or just
that's everything put together, not including ARCs? And then I also didn't include my book subscriptions on top of that. And I've probably missed some physical books that I've gone out and bought because it was quite hard for me to find all my receipts. Because some of them I've physically gone to the shop and bought, so I'm not sure. So it might be even higher. So if I can get myself down to about 100, not including ARCs, then my bank account will thank me. Like, simple as, but.
So
I've done better.
Well, and that's it. And make a realistic goal. Because, I mean, I have to behave too. I had no idea I bought 200 books last year. So thanks, Kat. Now I got to curb some of my spending because I seem to have issues buying books. Yeah, I need to read them. But if not for this, who bought more, Elaine or Van? I would have had no idea I bought that many.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd got that many. It was a bit of a shock when I was counting. Was it yours or was it Kat's?
I think it was Kat's.
I think it was Kat's. Where while we were talking about it, I was physically counting up.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't like these numbers. These are too many. So
consider that your intervention.
Yeah. I just need to convince people to give me free books instead.
No, you need to read what you have.
I don't. I have got at least one coming in the next few days, which I'm very excited for. So, yeah.
Kat saying with her channel might get her enough views to afford books and a lot of trolls.
Yeah, trolls are always a bad thing.
Belly dance Wall Street. Oh, there you go. Wall Street viewing. Do the combo. Love my Kindle. Lose books. Can't see them. See, that would be me. I have, and I already said that issue with Libby because I don't always open Libby. So then, oh yeah, I forgot I was listening to that book, whereas a physical book. And to me, I don't know if, oh yeah. Oh, now I am officially 61. It's 20 to 7 here.
Happy birthday to you.
But yeah, to me, I need to have a book and I in my hands and I need to be able to see 2 pages. Like I have a hard time reading pages and paragraphs on a computer and I don't know how people do it on their phones, but to me it would be like uber small.
I can't do it on my phone.
You can, Didi?
I have done it. I'm not gonna lie.
I've not tried with my new one though.
Yeah. In a pinch.
But
I've just noticed that I've got
I also have my iPad.
Yeah. Which do you prefer, Didi?
It doesn't matter. What is in reading?
Yeah.
I'm a tactile person, so I prefer physical. But I will be honest, if I didn't have digital books or audio books, I don't think I would have read half of what I'd read last year.
Oh, interesting.
Audio books are definitely my thing. And I think, but this year I'm trying to see if I can get away from that because I feel like my reading has slowed down, as in like being able to like concentrate on reading a book has slowed down. And yeah, but I would say I do enjoy digital books nowadays, and because I have I have remotes, so I have a stand, so I will be in the bed. I'm one of those people that like click click click, and especially like days like this where my hands are cold and I'm like I just want to put my hands in my pockets.
Yeah.
And I have to worry about them and then just click and read. So
and see, I've tried a few audiobooks. That's how I read the first 2 Hunger Games, but I get too distracted. Like even kicking up the speed, my mind just wanders, and that's why for me, that's why
do it the opposite. Do it slow the audio down. Because I find I do that. Because of late I've been so busy. I'm trying to do other things so that I can't concentrate on the audio.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened with House of Hunger. I really liked that book. I had to let Libby take the book back from me because every time I tried to listen to it, I wasn't listening to it. It was just in the background. I was like, oh wait, what just happened? So I had to slow it down. I think I slowed it down to 1.3, which is not what I normally listen to books at. So I do like audio. I feel like it's someone especially with the work that I do, I feel like someone's in the room with me, so
see, that's why I always have music. So I'm either listening to like Moody Blues or something and then boogieing around and singing away, terrifying the cats, but nobody else can hear me. And it depends on what I'll play. And I find when I do that, because I don't have to really focus on the songs, I've listened to them so many times and the different artists I have on. And sometimes I'll have videos and things going, but for me to get it, I need to focus on the video and see the speaker. It's like when I went to professional development and stuff. If I couldn't see the speaker, I was done. Like if I can't see the person and I'm just hearing the voice, I'm out. I'm
See,
I'm sure they said something wonderful, and someone else will have to tell me what it was because my mind went off to wherever.
No, probably because I can't multitask, which we've already established.
That's right. You're a man.
If I have an audiobook on, I cannot be doing anything else. So I have to actively listen to music I'll almost always have on when I'm reading anyway. But I just need that one audio thing. If I'm trying to do anything else, I will always go back and re-listen to the audiobook again. And I also never play it faster than 1.5 speed because there's just something about the cadence and the way of the word delivery that when it hits, and again, this is another video that's coming up soon, but there's a what would you rather tag going around at the moment, which one of them is, would you rather have to listen to audiobooks at 0.5 speed forever or 3 times speed forever? And it's like 3 times speed, I'd feel like I was being attacked by an angry chipmunk and I'd pay no attention. Half speed, I am not a patient person by nature, and something would get thrown. So it's like of all the questions, I can't, my brain does not. So if I ever listen to an audiobook, I'm doing literally nothing else. I'm just sat there listening to it inert.
Yeah.
Like nothing. It's weird.
But again, you have to do what works best for you. I know the first audiobook I ever listened to was it was Shirley MacLaine, Saging While Aging. And I loved it, really enjoyed it. And it took me ages to find it as a book in hand. But yeah, I don't seem to pick up as much from audio. I'm not an audio learner. I'm visual and I'm tactile. I've got to see it and I've got to be able to touch it. Somehow just with the screen, I can do it, but I have to work really hard at it to figure things out. Okay, we're getting behind again. So, Kat, new bookcase already full. This must be you, Ven, because still lost your daughter's book.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm laughing. Oh, Leslie's not allowed to buy any books this year either.
Everyone's allowed to buy books except me.
Jenny, not something I have to worry about, Ven. 32 gigabyte Kindle. Woohoo! Not even a third the way through it. Holy jumping, that'll hold a lot.
Mine's nowhere near full, but then again, I don't download everything to my Kindle. So I only download stuff when I want to read it at the moment.
Kat, her curiosity caused chaos. I think that's back at the ads. Proper happy birthday, Elaine, now. Thank you. Read so many books on my phone. Oh, yeah, because I know watching Kat's videos, got to do something at work. Actual Kindle might be a bit obvious. But just a little bit, maybe. Hide mine next to my computer. Excuse me. None the wiser. Too engrossed to notice they've approached the counter. Yeah, that could be a giveaway. Stuck on a factory floor playing Q&A. Supervisor. His actual supervisor sitting in the office. Might be texting a coworker on the other side of the road. Used to 3 times. See, I don't think my Libby goes to 3 times the speed, but even 2 and 2.5, depending on the narrator, can be a bit too fast. Brain doesn't like audiobooks yet. Sound like chipmunks, too slow. See, and I think this is what happens sometimes with me too. When I'm looking on the list for Libby of what I can borrow, and I see that a book is going to take 10 to 20 hours, I'm like, oh no. I can go through that. I think it's just as soon as I see 20 hours, I'm like, I can't listen that long to someone and pay attention. That just is not going to happen in my world. And I like books because, yeah, sometimes if you hit a scene that's maybe a bit disturbing or upsetting, you can skim ahead by pages to figure out where to start reading again or figure out whether you want to keep going with the book. And you can't do that with audio. You're kind of, you either have to listen to it all or not, is what I find. Anywho. Oh, cool. We're almost caught up. 2.5 is the slowest I go, depending. Yeah, see, for me, again, I think I tried that on one book and it was just too fast. And I don't know if it was the content and I was trying to keep track of the characters and the setting and the storyline. And I was just getting all discombobulated because no, Ven, I don't do notes on all the books. But for Wheel of Time, I wanted to do it this way because we have our, what is it, maybe 10-ish main characters through the whole series.
You've got your 3 main characters.
Yeah.
Then you've got, I'd say,
well, you've got
2.5 secondary main characters, because I can't do spoilers for the half one.
Yeah.
And then you've probably got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 third tier characters that have the same development you'd have for a main character in other books. And then you've got the other 3,267 characters who we all know what their buttons are made of. So there's a lot. There's a lot.
And that's why I wanted to start doing the notes this time, because at least the characters are pretty consistent throughout. Point of view changes, and that's why I wanted to make note of that too, because depending on whether we're looking at it through, like, say, Rand's eyes, for example, or Matt or whoever. So I figured if I write it and use it with colors and the settings, because again, the location of the different towns is relevant.
Yeah,
and I thought, if I don't write it down, I'm not going to remember it to discuss it.
I'll be honest, part of me does want to almost do, almost like the conspiracy boards that you see.
Yeah.
Part of me almost literally wants to put that on my wall with a map of the world and different color threads to just follow where everybody goes. Because from what I remember, again, it's a long time, but the point of view thing, I think from memory becomes less of an issue the further in you get, from what I remember, because it tends to focus off on 2 characters in later books as you work through, from what I remember. But that might be me misremembering.
No,
it's been so long.
Because we've got like about 7, and it'll be flip-flopping to the locations because they all separate differently than in the series as well.
Yeah, it's been a while. But the other thing as well, I'm really curious to see who everyone's favorite character is by the end of book 1.
Yeah.
I know me and you don't agree. Like, I know this because we have very different thoughts on one character in particular who I think is and you want to just throw them in the canal. But
which would have been a mistake having read the series, but I was rooting for her to, book it.
Like, my 2 favorite characters, I know you disagree with me with one, and my other favorite character seems to be the least popular. Oh,
well,
Jenny.
You like Feyre, so come on.
I don't like Feyre. So Jenny has just said Matt and Lan. I don't like Lan in book 1. Need to say that.
Really?
No, because he feels like a role. I think as the series goes on, as he develops, I like the development. He's a bit too one note in the first book, just for me. But Matt, everyone seems to hate Matt as a character when you read like online.
Really?
I like Matt. Yeah, I like Matt. He is, along with the other character, they are my 2 favorite characters by a country mile. And my least favorite character, I'm not going to say here because I don't need pitchforks coming after me. But I have 2 characters that one I actively dislike, especially by the end of the book, and one that I just feel incredibly meh about of the main 3 throughout. And I'm not sure why. Okay. I'm going to stay quiet. I'm going to stay quiet because I have a suspicion. Me and Jenny, we're going to have a chat, Jenny, at some point.
Well, Jenny can join us when we do our wrap up. She's read book 1. And Jenny, you can, join in anytime if you decide to go ahead with the other books for sure. And yeah. And that's the other. See, now I have to think about it because I hadn't really thought in terms of characters I like and I don't. There's one that I actually, and it's funny, I like her in the beginning and she really starts irritating me later on.
Okay.
And Nineve just pisses me off book after book after book. And I'm like, seriously, just dump her in the ocean or something already.
Best
But
character in the
then,
book.
yeah,
Best
but then
character in the
things
book.
spin around. And if not for her, so yeah, we'll just have to see where it goes. I'll be okay.
Just to say, the Rosamund Pike audio is outstanding.
Now, see, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Because she plays Moraine in the show.
Yeah.
3 more I can get to right now, which is nice.
Oh,
and Jenny, for book 2, we're reading it February, March, so you got plenty of time.
I will say the Rosamund Pike. I've got 2 because I'm strange. I have 2 different versions of the audio through Audible. I have the ebook and I have that on there. So I have 4 copies, and the original audio is good. Rosamund Pike's audio is outstanding.
Yeah, I imagine.
Genuinely. And I've realized she's also she's also done audio for other books as well, which I want to go and check out. And speaking of audio books, and this is just twigged, and I meant to, when we were talking on Voxer earlier about something, I meant to mention this and I forgot. So we were talking about Camelot and the guy who played Merlin, whose name I can't remember right now. He does audiobooks.
Does he?
Yeah, he does some audio narration. I can't remember what the books were.
Oh, wow.
He does some audio narrations as well. I meant to put it in the message and then got distracted by, I don't know, butterflies or something. I don't know.
Tiki.
Cake, biscuits. That's all it takes. Yeah. Well, custard creams, so close enough.
There you go. Well, I should probably go eat some real dinner now because I had my cheesecake.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Well, this has been lovely. And both audio versions. Oh, Lord of the Rings. 2 different digital, 3 physical copies. Yeah, girl knows her and cookies.
I have 2. I'm ignoring her now. I have 2 versions, 2.5 versions of Lord of the Rings, because one of my books has gone missing at some point between moving houses, which is really annoying. So I have Lord of the Rings split over 6 books instead of 4.
4?
3, sorry. I don't know how numbers work.
Did I miss a book somewhere? I thought there were only 3.
So I have. We'll ignore the fact there's a book missing because it's next to me. But I have that with the appendices as one, and then for some reason, I have the 2 Towers and Return of the King, and I do not have Fellowship of the Ring. And I know I had it.
Oh.
But when I was going through something yesterday, I seem to have lost a lot of books and not clicked at some point because I've moved house a lot over the years. And books have gone missing, and I've realized I'm missing my Assassin's Apprentice books by Robin Hobb, and that is a crime that needs to be rectified like soon, because I want to reread those this year. They're also not small books, but I might just go find where Jaleesa lives and go and rob her special editions that she's got, because number one, she's only read book 1.
She's in the States.
That's fine. I would swim for those special editions. While I'm there, I would go and see lots of people.
There you go. Well, so Kat saying loves Lord of the Ring. Oh, someone loves Lord of the Ring. Needs to read it again. Been some years. We'll see after we do Vampire Chronicles, and somewhere in there I'm getting to Dune. Then maybe we can do Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Because I need to read those again. And this is for you, Ven. Oh, look, he turned his head. Cookies, cookies, cookies.
Do I? Noah's not here, so he can't be traumatized by this. You want to see the state of my Hobbit book? Like, this has been dogged at some point, to be clear. So you can see where the dog has at some point had it at the front. It's falling to bits. It's just, yeah.
But is there writing in it? Because that's what sends him over the deep end.
Not yet, but I could oblige.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, it's like it's got the photos inside. You can see at some point I have folded that as a bookmark.
So now we've got
bad, actually.
Jenny and Kat, and Jenny is correct. Cookies are on website, not in packets. Hobbit I can do. Fellowship was slow. The other two I struggled to picture it till I watched the movies. Yeah, well, I watched the movies for eye candy. I'm not gonna lie.
I've had this book for 30 years.
Hey, that's pretty good.
That I did not know that.
Now Kat has an awesome comeback. Cookies aren't in packets. They're fresh out of my oven.
That's fine if it's chocolate chip.
We'll have to get Farah in on it. Keep saying she needs... Well, we'll have to wait and see because I had an email from Farah. I think she's taking a break from BookTube for a bit, and I'm not sure for how long. And she and I did talk about the Dune read and after April, but I haven't got a response back to the email, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. I have to wait and hear back from Farah. Hopefully things are okay, I think. And actually, Van, you've got a video coming up about BookTube burnout, don't you?
Yeah, I want to try and get that. I want to get it done for this month. I was meant to do it this month. I just haven't done it yet.
Okay, no, I thought you already had it in your post about when it was coming up.
Oh yeah, I have. It's definitely this month.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't done it yet.
It's just
that was one of the like 15 videos I wanted to record this week, and instead of doing that, I spent 4 hours recording a 20-minute video today because words failed me multiple times.
That happens. Well, hey, it could have been worse. You could do like me. Last Friday, I recorded 4 videos. Not a single audio was good on one of them, and I had to re-record all 4 this week.
Well, the worrying thing is I need to check that because when I first came on before, my mic wasn't working properly.
Yeah, you sounded funny.
Yeah, so there's an outside chance that my audio is completely stuffed up, at which point I will probably throw the PC out the window.
Don't say it. Don't speak that into existence.
No.
Well, see, and I don't get what happens with mine. But anyhow, so, Kat, to answer your question, I'm not sure what's happening with Farah. I don't know how long she's taking a break. So we'll have to wait and see. She's more than welcome to join. We'll just have to wait and see when that happens.
Let me know about that as well, because I have been putting off June, because a bit like this reread, June scares me because of how big it is. Which last year, that was the book I broke my book buying ban for, because it was 99p for the trilogy together.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Did you pick up the second one just recently for 99p?
No, I've not looked. But I've got the first trilogy, so that's 1,500 pages-ish.
Probably, yeah.
So that's 99p, and it's like, I couldn't not buy it.
No, same. I mean, that would be crazy to pass that up.
Yeah.
I did the same. Also, I've heard with Dune, because I'm the same, I was like, oh, this feels like, I don't know. But somebody said that with Dune, watching the movie actually helps with reading the book. And it's one of the rare occasions where they actually recommend especially if you're not used to like that kind of
Writing or
sci-fi,
world.
Yeah.
sci-fi, like sci-fi fiction, to do it that way. So it's the one time I'm actually going to watch a movie first before
Mm.
reading the book, like go into it
Yeah.
purposefully doing that.
I need to. I've been told the movies are very good.
Yeah.
Like very, very good. So I do need to watch them.
Well, see,
Something
I
else
watched.
on the list.
For me, it'll be a reread, but decades later. I remember watching the original movie, which is like freaking hilarious now because it was before CGI and everything else. So it was just good for a giggle. And then who's in there's two remakes now, are there not? There's one with, is it Zendaya and Jason Momoa? Is Jason Momoa in it?
No, it's Zendaya and Timothy Chalamet, is it?
Yeah.
Who plays Paul Atreides, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Which that's now 2 movies.
Yeah,
with
there's one
a-
before that I'd seen because I don't think I've
There's-
seen the one with Zendaya in it.
There's one from the 90s, and I can't for the life of me think of the name of the actor.
I don't know any of them.
He was in this might go over everyone's head. He was in the Fallout TV show that came out on Prime last year, which may mean absolutely nothing to anyone. But it's a very, on a side point, it is a very very good series. What's his name? Kyle MacLachlan was in it, with very blue eyes, which I think was from the 90s.
If anybody wants, sorry, I was going to say, just for as a side, Elantris by Brandon Sandy is 99p. On, you know, just to put it out there, 99p. Elantris.
So when I wasn't buying 99p books today, that's definitely one that I didn't buy. That's one really annoyingly that I was listening to an audiobook. And then I took a break off it for like a month, and I don't know what Audible did. It deleted my progress. I don't know what, and I think the audio is about 39 hours. It's
oh my
a long
God.
book. And it's like I can't remember where I was up to. And I don't want to just try and guess. I was over halfway. I know that much. And it's like, and there's an Elantris 2 coming out, I believe, as well at some point. Oh, he's working on a follow-up to it. Sanderson is also on my list of things I need to get through this year.
Yeah.
So Kat wants to see Noah's reaction to your Hobbit copy.
He walked in the house the other day, looked at my bookcases, and he zoomed in on a couple of the less good ones, which are not all my fault. My kids have happened to some of them. So.
Life happens. I think he'd freak at Jenny's more. Copy or original copy is holding together on sheer willpower. Chocolate chips okay, but ooh, double chocolate hazelnut. Whoa, yeah. Those sound good. May want to join, but without making any videos. 'Tis true. Definitely
I think Jenny should join and make videos, but just as her dressed up, charging around the retail park where she works, harassed like she did as the T-Rex.
I think she meant Farah on the break then.
Oh, okay. I thought it meant Jenny joining.
And yes, Jenny can join any of the. I'm gonna have to figure out Storygraph and because it sounds like there's some good stuff and events in there as well.
Storygraph has so many more features than Goodreads.
Sorry. Also, The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also 99p. And I know Laura Hermie gave that 5-star recently.
I'm just thinking, what books did I not buy earlier at all under any circumstances?
Those are amazing deals.
On my book buying ban.
I will never see this whole book buying ban business malarkey that you guys seem to like to do. I will never do. I respect myself enough to know I have no willpower to not buy books, especially at 19. Even if
Yeah.
my Kindle library does say 800 books, no, one more won't hurt.
No. Well,
That's true.
the ban is not to stop me buying
Excuse me.
books because I know I won't follow it. Last year during my book buying ban, I bought 28 books during my ban. So this year I'm comparing my numbers to that, and I'm not even a quarter of the way yet. So
See?
it's
Progress.
progress.
Yeah, see, I don't do the book buying ban either. One, because I'm already reading a lot of my personal library, and my goal was to do that anyway. And two, if I got an email from Goodwill and they were having a 30% or 50% off sale, I would lose my mind that I couldn't go buy a book. It's like, oh, hells no, I'm in the car and you be driving, hubby, and off we go because there's books to be buying.
I've definitely not just bought anything.
Yeah, right.
What did you just buy? Tell me.
I just bought The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi.
Oh, yeah.
So
Also, what's it called? What's
Don't add
it
more.
called? Saigon is Saigon. What's that one called? Oh,
Elaine, tell her
Yeah.
she's encouraging bad behavior.
Hey, I'm all
Well,
for it.
Red Rising is 99p. I'm
Aye.
upset with Jade City. Do you know how long I was like, no, Jade City will come down to 99p because I got the other ones, and then like literally three weeks ago, I was like, oh, it's $2.99. £3 is fine. I'll just do it. And it's 99p.
I
Oh,
thought
jeez.
I had Jade City, and I apparently don't. I wonder if it was on. Was it Kindle Unlimited at some point? It might be Kindle Unlimited at some point.
Fifth season is 99p.
I have fifth season. I need to read the last book because I love those. I thought I owned Jade City. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying another one. We're going to be good.
Where was
But,
it?
yeah.
The Martian is 99p.
If I buy that, then
Ooh.
other Jenny will make me read it. And so I've been deliberately avoiding that one. I've not seen the film either, actually. To be
Neither
fair,
have I.
another one.
Where is it? What's the one
Yeah,
that
I've
I
heard
was
about
just about?
The Martian, but I haven't read it yet. Okay, I'm going to catch up on comments while Didi's finding your books to buy then.
I don't need
So,
them.
Kat, this year's packed and overwhelming. It's only January. Definitely wait till life's calmed down before another series read. I agree.
Right.
Love the movies, good and well cast.
Stop it.
Which ones, old or new? Okay, see, Jason Momoa is in the new ones. He plays Duncan, Idaho.
I
There
don't
we
know who
go.
that is.
Didn't buy, gonna need to practice that lie a bit more. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that's at Ven. Own like
Probably.
20 to 30 Sanderson books. Oh, 20
just-
out of 30.
That's only what he's written in a year.
And never read a single one. Jenny.
I have read, if we ignore Wheel of Time, I have read book one of Mistborn a decade ago, more or less.
Wow.
I've got
And-
those to read this year. So
Yeah, and no, I know Noah's got book one as well. And it was funny because my version is that old that it's just called The Final Empire, whereas his title page is different to mine because it's been slightly tweaked over time. But yeah.
it was a sword of Kagon. Is it Kagon?
Oh,
Kagan?
yeah, I think I do have that one. He says.
It's for. I feel
No, I
like it
don't.
was higher for some reason. When I saw the price, I was like, "Oh, that's a good price." But it might just be, I don't know. But it's £4.72. I mean, I feel like that's not too bad for
No,
what
although
it is. But it's
it
also on
is-
Kindle Unlimited. So
Yeah, I was going to say it's on
Oh.
Kindle Unlimited.
yeah.
Maybe that's one that I had on Kindle. Oh no, I borrowed it at some point and then never read it. And I've now not got Kindle Unlimited because I'm not using it at the moment.
Ah.
So Kat saying, and yeah, that video cracks me up. Jenny in the T-Rex
Yeah.
suit. How many unread do you have on Kindle, Didi?
I will be honest with you. I was meant to count this last year, and I didn't. I mean, there's more unread than there is read, but to be fair, I do have a lot of them have been read. Well, no, that's not true. Not a lot of them. Have read some of them because they go with the audio books. I tend to get the digital books to get the audio, and so I've listened to them. So like, there's a good compared to years before where I was just buying and not reading. I am actually buying and reading. But yeah.
Now, do you end up paying twice for the books, Didi? Because you're buying a physical and an audio?
I don't always buy so I'm trying to be a good, responsible adult. I don't know what one of those is, but I'm trying to be one of them. And that is to do the digital. And if I like the book, then buy the physical book. But I like to annotate. So like I've got like 2 versions of Feybound, but I really want the digital book. So like when I was out today buying tiles and sitting in my car waiting for my click and collect to come through, I can read it.
Yeah.
Feybound's another one that I need to read.
Feybound.
I do actually have that wound because Noah read that last year. That was like his second ever fantasy read after
It's
Fourth
good.
Wing.
From what I've read of it.
Yeah, so I wandered off
and
I was going through a let's not buy books thing. And then I walked into a shop called The Works, which it's like a cheap bookshop, and it was a £5. Like, so the first thing he did was take a picture of it, send it to him, and he was the one who was meant to be enforcing the book buying ban. And within seconds, buy it. And it's just sat on my shelf for like 4 or 5 months now. And
I don't know if you like it though, Ven. If I'm being honest.
We'll see.
Something tells me you might not like it.
Oh, that makes me want to read it more.
Because I haven't finished reading. I mean, I haven't really got into it, but I think I read like 1 or 2 chapters, and it reads super quickly. Like it's a super quick read. I will say that.
Yeah,
that's good. At least
somebody. I hate to say this out loud because I'm about to get skewered for fetching it up again. So another booktuber whose name Willow Heath, I think they're called, was talking about Feybound recently. They described it as the book they wanted ACOTAR to be.
I can't compare because I haven't read ACOTAR.
Yeah,
I haven't read Feybound. So
yeah, which if they felt like that about ACOTAR, they felt similar about it to me, I might like Feybound more. That is the logic I'm going down. Noah thinks I'll love it. Noah really thinks I'll love it, but it's been sat on my shelf for months because the mood hasn't taken me yet. I've also hit a lot of indie books recently, which have kind of got in the way for anything larger house published, to be fair. So.
I just love it. I mean, I'm loving it just based on the fact that obviously it's got the main characters are black and brown. So
yeah, because I believe, doesn't it pull from, as I understand it, African folklore a lot more than European, or is that has that been?
So,
yeah, which is part of the reason I want to read it, because so much fantasy that is out there is very much European, in base. So I want to try
and make it interesting for sure.
Yeah, which I've read a fair few in the last year, like Eastern inspired stuff, which I find fascinating. I've not read much. I don't know much about like African folklore or South American folklore. In fact, I don't know much about North American folklore, actually, if I'm honest. And I probably know more about South America and Latin America. And it's like, you know what? That's a bit of a blind spot which needs solving and sorting. So,
nice. So it looks like Jenny has bought more. I am thinking books.
To me,
have as many Kindle books as me soon, Ven.
No, I won't. My Kindle library, including what I have bought, definitely not bought today, is 350 books, including documents and art. And in fact, no, it's not 350. It's more than that. Hang on. 372, because sometimes my ARC reads classes documents rather than books. So, and out of those, I have not read 250, which I don't think is that bad. I've read about a third.
That's all right. I mean, after my $200 book buying spree last year, I'm definitely not closer to reading my personal library. I was doing good catching up, and then I don't think I've seen The Martian yet.
I haven't seen it. Yeah. Did I say the
You
fifth
know?
season is also 99p? The 15th season is also.
You mentioned fifth season. I like fifth season. Fifth season is a book everybody who likes fantasy should read, I think.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's a weird book to read because it's got multiple point of view, which is fine, but they're not all told from the same perspective. So you have, I think, if memory serves, it's either one character's told from second person and the other character's told from third person, which can make it a little bit of a weird read. It's very good. Very good.
It's good to know.
What
So
do we think about the Hurricane Wars? Is that good? I feel like it came out recently and everybody was like on it, weren't they?
I don't know that. Hang on.
I don't know
No, that's Kindle. No, don't look at Kindle again. You'll buy things. Right, hang on. Because
then you have to have self-control, hun. If you're going to cut out 75% of your shopping.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
pretty, right?
Okay, you can't buy based on pretty.
I can.
And you can.
Have you
The valid
right.
You
reason.
should not.
I mean, I shouldn't, but it's only led me wrong. I paid full price for that.
Uh-oh.
I did buy the physical version, to be fair, so it's fine. That's pretty. I don't know anything about it though.
Do I beat you, Jenny? I don't know. What's the competition?
I'm wondering if that's Kindle, the number of books.
I don't know. Do I beat you?
I'm
How many do you have?
She's somewhere in the 4,000s.
Yeah, Jenny's got more books than Salford Library. Literally, that isn't an exaggeration. Like the online library for Salford is about 2,000 books. That's it.
Well, Jenny's got her own personal library because don't they say it's 1,000 books and you can call it a library?
Can you register that and then lend out the books for a nominal fee and make money off it?
Off your
Probably
Kindle?
not.
I don't think so.
Probably not, but...
And I would not loan my books. I learned my lesson when that dingle gave 3 of my hardback Stephen Kings to a donation thing instead of returning them to me, and then didn't even offer to repurchase them or give me money to repurchase them. It's like,
yeah, don't like that.
That was rude. All right, they keep saying I'm not allowed to have another free KU trial, so I'm being good and staying off for now. Yeah, see, that's the thing. You'd only get so many trial things. Think you still win, Jenny. Now, if you DNF and go on to another, you maybe get a small enough number to be competitive. Jenny, I can't abandon the books. They need me.
4,066.
Is that? Oh, I haven't got down there yet. Have Kindle filtered on my phone. Only shows me unread. Only 810. 18 so far.
How do you see it unread? I can't see how that. I don't see that for me. Mine's well, okay. So I share my library with my mom. So it's 863, but it's not just all mine. And that's including ARCs, Kindle Unlimited. That's everything. Oh, I see. Oh, I can see. Red is so red is 104. And unread is 783.
Well, you're still low numbers. Cat's got you beat. Oh, and that reminds me, before I forget, Cat, on my 150 unsubscribers video, you mentioned that you had 200 and some odd, which is actually impressive in a good way, because you're over 700 subs. Add those unsubs. That means you've had 1,000 people come to your channel. Even with my unsubs, after 2.5 years, I just passed 500 coming to the channel. And I'm at, I think as of today, because the Shape shouted me out in his video yesterday, I'm up to 365 subs, but I'm still a long way from 500. So, girl, you're doing good. Sometimes
my,
books. Oh,
my
go
own
ahead,
subs
Ian.
is about. I think my own subs is 109, 108.
But
How
again,
do you
and
know? How do you
Uh,
need to show me where you get these figures from? Are you keeping
uh,
track? I don't keep track of the unsubs.
analytics.
I don't normally. It's
Oh.
just because Elaine mentioned it, and it's like, oh, to be fair, I looked at it because at the
Numbers.
back end of numbers, but I looked at it in December because all of a sudden my subscribers over December just went, haha, no. And just literally every time I went near YouTube, I'd lost a subscriber over the course of a day. So I'd watch a video, I'd drop a subscriber, and it was every video I watched. So I lost in the course of 2 weeks 25 subscribers, which when I was at 275 was not a happy thing to keep seeing drop.
Yeah.
But then when you go into subscription sources, out of those 25 I lost, 24 were closed accounts.
Oh, wow.
So that's what the majority of that was. So
see, sometimes it is good to, and like with Kat's number, I think she was saying 9 or more deactivated accounts. So and again, there's just so many reasons people unsubscribe. Like, it isn't the content, it isn't even the content creator. Sometimes it's people just
YouTube
have so much time to watch videos, so they've got to make choices. Sometimes YouTube will automatically unsub people, which to me is crazy, but it happens. Then you were going to say something, and then I'll let you get out from behind Kat's comment when I read it.
I don't know what I was going to say.
It had to do with subscribers.
I don't know. It's gone.
It's gone. I'm sorry.
It's gone. No, it's all right. I don't even. My phone's going off at the same time, asking me questions to do with something else. So again,
multitasking.
Yeah.
I recently unsubscribed from people from my other account, but that's because I've realized I'm signed in more on my BookTube account, and I'm not, and I know that it hurts people. It can hurt some people's channels if you're subscribed to them and not watching. So I thought, you know what, rather than me hurt my friends, I'd unsubscribe from that and then just keep it so that I'm constantly engaged with this channel since
everything on this channel is BookTube. My other one, which I don't use, is everything else that I watch. So I watch that on my other one, which I don't use. And to be fair, that's mainly used by my kids now. So anytime I need to go on there and try and find something, I have nonsense videos that come up in the home feed of Minecraft YouTubers or Skibbity Toilet or whatever other brain-numbing nonsense my youngest has watched. And it's like Lego Star Wars. That's the current one. Everywhere.
So I only have one YouTube account, and I try and keep the number of channels I'm subscribed to at least below 100, if not lower. And that includes booktubers and other stuff I watch. Now, the other stuff is pretty much a minimum number of channels I'm on. But Didi, for exactly like you said too, if I'm not going regularly to the channel, or like it's stuff I just don't watch because it's just not content that's for me, basically, or if I know that there isn't really any support and it's not content and all of that, then yeah, I unsub, because I also think about when these people, and I don't watch numbers near as close as you, Ven, and I'm nowhere near as smart as figuring them out, but I do know, and other people have commented on it, if you have, say someone gives you a shout out and you're honored, and suddenly you have 200 subscribers, which is awesome. Woohoo, you reached your goal. That's great. But if those 200 people aren't watching, that's killing your watch hours. Every time you check in your analytics, it's going to tell you the percentage you're below your subscription amount for the last 28 days. So then that's just going to be eaten at your soul, because it's like, oh, the percentage is down, because unless you can keep getting 200 subscribers all the time and that momentum going, that's killing your numbers big time. And then YouTube goes, oh, look, people aren't interacting with your content. We're not going to put your videos out as much. Like, it's, I don't know, like, it seems to be so hit and miss. And there's things that I just sometimes shake my head and watch channels going, this person is freaking awesome. How are they not at 500 subs? Then I'll go to some other channel and go, oh my God, have they not noticed or edited or whatever? And what the hell are they doing? And why do they have 10,000 subs? Like, you know what I mean? It's just, wow. So I'm really trying to just stay with my little community of peeps and kindreds and show support, make sure I'm, checking out their videos, getting to their streams, and yeah. Okay, so Kat saying sometimes books need to be abandoned like bad humans. When hang out with horrible people, you don't have to keep playing nice with bad books either. I love that. Yeah, toxic books, toxic people, they gotta go. All right. Work in retail, used to bad. Jenny, you
Yeah.
always come up with a reason to not.
But as a fellow retail worker, can confirm.
Yeah, but I think Kat meant outside of work.
I don't talk to
See,
people
that's
outside of
against
work.
your will. You can't pick your customers, but you can pick your books.
You can if you don't open the doors.
Oh, jeez. Only received 47 books, still ended up with a huge physical TBR. Ebooks are for when my eyes go and I need super large print. Do it, Ven. Get that 25% today on Kindle.
No, I have closed
Whoa!
the Amazon app now.
There you go. Jenny's at 4,066. Girl, DNF and quit buying. Red is 764 at least. Well, almost a quarter. Have the app, maybe different. Think I've read 200 something. That's still a lot of books when you look at it. Come for the animal shorts. Got a ton of but you've got a ton of actual return viewers. Well, I am happy with that. And it's funny, it started going down a few days ago, just before my 150 sub video. So now I'm back into 140, which isn't bad because that was before I hit 360. So that's a good percentage. Now, here's the funny thing. When I drop back down into the 130 returns, my subscription number for watch hours went up. And I'm like, so if the returning viewers are going down, how are my subscription watch hours going up? But now I'm back to like 140. And Kat, you and I have talked about this, and I talked about this with Cindy from the Nature Channel. See, I don't do shorts. And so the people I'm trying to attract and connect with watch long-term videos. And I really wonder how much of when you have shorts, people just want to watch the shorts. I don't know if it really tracks over to them coming to watch the longer content. I don't know. Ven, do you do shorts? No, not yet.
I've done a few. My brain is not wired for short content. No, rephrase
Yeah,
that.
me-
It's wired to watch short content. I will lose days on something like TikTok if I'm not careful, which is why I deleted it for months. And now
Mm,
I'm back on it again, and it's damaging what I can get done.
mm,
But in terms of making them, my brain just can't compute it at all.
Mm.
Because to me, my brain equates a short as an advert. As in,
mm,
you throw a short out and it pulls. Because what you can do with shorts is you can link them to another video that already exists. I have never gone on the link to the longer video for any short I've ever watched, ever.
mm,
So it feels like a weird thing, but it's catered for a very different audience, I think,
yeah,
because it's YouTube's attempt to get the TikTok audience back over, if that makes sense.
yep,
And
it
they
does.
tend to be slightly younger than I
Mm,
am. And it's like, well, great if they find me, but no. I do want to, and it's in my video for this weekend. I do want to try and make shorts.
mm,
I might get my daughter to help me because she has TikTok and she
yep,
does things on
yep.
TikTok. So maybe that's a thing for a year. I know MJ spoke about shorts on the channel and how important she's found them for her. But MJ is a different level of big, which
Mm,
is the other thing as well. So it's hard.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm like Ven with the see. I'm like you, Ven, but then at the same time, I have ideas for shorts.
Yeah.
I'm an ideas person, so I can give somebody an idea and they will execute it. But with
Mm,
shorts, because like I said, with Ven, it's an advert. I don't think I'm very good at short form content, like filming and having it be the way that I think it should be in my head. With long form,
mm,
it's different because,
Yeah.
but
No,
this
that
year I filmed one. I filmed like, and it was really off the cuff, and I sent it to my sister. Like, my sister will tell
yeah.
you. And she was like, I love it. I just now need to edit it so it fits what I actually saw in my head. But it's like
Mm,
what I find funny, I don't know if anybody else
yeah.
would find funny, or like if the joke
yeah.
carries that.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is the way the algorithm works for shorts is different as well. So the one thing that
Mm,
I did say, which I know I mentioned, I think to you, was something that I saw mentioned was if you throw a short out, don't throw it to your subscription feed. You know, when you've got like the
Right.
tick box, because it has the same thing where if your subscribers don't tick on the short, it doesn't push it out into the wider algorithm. So you just
um,
you just throw it in the deep end straight off and hope it does something.
Mm.
But I've had a couple that have got a few hundred views, which makes me
mm,
really happy. But and also my editing software, every time I try and edit a short, just has a complete meltdown. And it
mm.
looks in the video like it's formatted right. And then I upload it to YouTube and it hasn't because it's done something weird. And I
Oh,
refuse to go back to the Microsoft inbuilt video editor ever again because it does work in there.
ugh,
But I do have
that
the new
thing's a
phone now.
Was
nightmare.
it
Yeah,
called Clip something? But they've changed it now. Mike is a Clip Champ. It's not too
yeah,
bad.
Uh,
yeah. I used when I first started. I used that, and it was fine till I used other stuff. If that
Right, I
makes
get
mm,
sense.
you.
And then I've had to go back a couple of times just to reformat stuff, and everything is the opposite way round. And
oh.
it's like, but I have the new phone now, so the
So
logic
once you
is
figure out your buttons,
it keeps trying to give me AI stuff, and it's like, no, I'm opposed to AI on principle. Go away. Everything on it's trying to be. We've got an assistant. No. Can I talk? No, don't talk to me, phone.
okay, we're gonna catch up a bit. So Ginger saying this is unsubs. Like it said, somewhere from subscription list or homepage, but 145 were just left for other. I'm guessing that's for the unsubscribes. 12:30 a.m. Jenny's past my bedtime, except when insomnia kicks in.
Sleep is for
Sleep's
the
for
weak.
the weak
That
and the
sounds
old. I'm
the-
not old.
the first bit of that sentence sounds like something I have said multiple times in the last few weeks.
Exactly. Cat doesn't get enough sleep, might accidentally tell my manager what's in my mind, need a sugar daddy, or go viral.
Same cat, same.
Maybe high-end escort, short bursts, lots of money. Yeah, Jenny's got, I think, everybody beat with ebooks. Buy one, not the whole series at
Can't
once.
do that. That's not me. I need the whole thing.
Do you do the whole?
Financially, it makes more sense for me to buy the whole thing. At least that's what I say.
DDD is
Yeah.
when you see if it's the whole series out, you go for. Yeah, see,
because I
Dean?
calculated. So with Wheel of Time, I actually why that's why I didn't buy the book singly, because I was like, it doesn't make sense for me to buy them singly. It makes more sense for me to buy the whole thing. But at the same time, I didn't want to. I want
Yeah.
again. I want to see. This is what happens when you try to be an adult and be like, oh, I'll get it from the library.
And then the library doesn't deliver.
I've been better off buying the books. I would have had it.
Well, it'll
See?
all work out though.
Yeah.
Jenny's saying, if I like it, want to binge, no self-control. See, I'm like
I'm the
that
odd
with.
one. I'm the odd one out. I don't binge series. I will read a book and then not go back to the series for a month.
Oh no. Why do you think now I have the third book of Akatar coming? Because now I just need to be done with it. Why do you think I read Wheel of Time in 2022 and started reading in February? And I think I finished, other than the prequel, I still haven't read, but I was done by December. Like it's like, I got to know what's happening here. See, I will do that more so though with a TV series. So if we buy a TV series, because I don't like this wait for a year or two stuff, I want to watch the whole series and just put them on. Oh, if you're wondering why my nails keep flashing blue, it's because I colored my hair and I colored my nails today, not on purpose. So it'll take a while until it wears off my fingers.
I feel that.
Have to read it to know if you like it. My ad loves watching shorts. Just use the shorts TBRs. See, I don't create them. Nature the animals do. Except the TBR ones, basically me keeping notes for myself, which is good. But see, with the shorts too, the stinker is they don't count as watch hours. They're counted on a separate metric.
Yeah.
Make short contents for the stuff I make. Views are higher on my TikTok than on Instagram. Instagram sometimes goes a bit wild. There you go. See, I'm not on either of those or Facebook or anything. I'm just basically on YouTube and now Voxer.
I did do briefly TikTok and YouTube Shorts at the same time, and the numbers difference was insane on TikTok. Like, I don't have Instagram, but I'm talking literally 4 times the numbers on TikTok versus YouTube for the exact same video. So
that's something to keep in mind for sure. Yeah, Jenny. Yeah, how many views do you have on that? That's got to be massive by now. I know I've watched it at least 3 or 4 times, and yeah, it was just such a cute video. How do you pick the audience other than this isn't for kids? Never seen that option.
So somewhere around where that is, there is a tick box for push to subscription feed or subscribers feed. It's one or the other. It's automatically ticked. So automatically when you upload a video, it will put it to those people's feed, but you can untick the box so it doesn't. So the only way people will find that is either through the algorithm itself, through like the general screen, or if they go to your channel and go, there's a video there, and click on it, but it won't appear in your actual subscription list, if that makes sense. Not the best idea to do it for normal videos, though. I say, unless you're doing a video that is outside of what you would normally do, that our audience would normally watch. So, say, Elaine, in your case, if you decided to suddenly do a random video on ice hockey, as an example, maybe you wouldn't.
Yeah,
list
I'm
that
Canadian, eh?
Yeah, exactly. But as an example for that, because that's outside of your normal content for your audience, potentially your normal audience would just skip it, so that then damages it for the algorithm. So then you'd untick it and drop it elsewhere. So that's the logic with it, I believe.
Rarely binge a whole series. Why I have too many open series, as in books. I know Ginny means. Yeah, if I find a series I like, and to be honest, that's why I'm careful before I even start a series, because I just want to read it start to finish. Like someone told me with the Dresden Files, don't read it all at once. Like pace yourself because there's some heavy stuff there. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll see. But at the moment, I only have the first 2 books anyhow. Binge a few, get bored, and move on to. See, it depends. If I'm invested in the character and wanting to know what happens, then I'm fine with just going on and reading. Couple videos need to edit, but all the series started, haven't finished, mostly because they only gave me the first one free or took it off Kindle Unlimited before I was done. Ooh, snap. Although I notice now that happens with some things on Prime, like movies and shows, which is ridiculous, but never gonna hit millions on my shorts. Seem to make folks happy. I love your shorts. Filter out the sociopaths, dislike puppy videos. I've had 15 dislikes on Franny shorts. Screw them. Franny's adorable. Nasty people. 536 T-Rex views. That's awesome. Upload edit on your computer, don't you, Ven? Think the options are different than on the phone.
Yeah, it's slightly different. So the option isn't on the phone to do that, interestingly enough, which I did not know.
See, I didn't even know you can do your shorts on the computer. I've never tried.
Yeah, it's the same as doing anything. You just have to alter your image format. But again, my editing software doesn't understand how numbers work sometimes. So specifically around text size, which is just a really bizarre thing for it not to understand. But never mind.
Too funny. Okay, well, now we're coming up to 5 hours.
I am gonna leave you here because I need to be in B&Q at 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh my goodness!
Today.
Nice.
Well, no, the only I mean, technically I don't have to be in that early, but I want to beat the South Circular morning traffic.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm so glad that you were here and joined, and we all got to
Capricorns unite.
That's right. See, we're all these organized people and take charge, so it's so cool.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, my pleasure.
Fun.
Yeah, we'll have to do this again sometime.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, I'm gonna love you, Nick. I will try, fingers crossed, and catch up this weekend. Tomorrow I'm out. Well, I keep saying tomorrow, like to say it's today.
Today.
You it's today.
It's today. I will be fighting with taps. So that should be fun.
Well, take care and drive safe for sure if your weather's as loopy as it is.
Oh no, yeah. It's to be fair, yeah, touch wood, it stays how it was today. Driving is hasn't been bad.
Good.
Yeah,
it's very different down south to the way it is in Manchester today.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, it snowed overnight.
Oh, okay, yeah, no.
It
cold,
snowed.
But it's
it snowed and it's -6 right now, so all that will be frozen for the next few days.
Yikes.
Yeah.
What is it? I'll tell you what the weather is. It's it says 0. Feels like -2 currently.
Yikers. Well, Jenny's saying she's got a hectic day, no work. Bye, Didi.
See you later.
Jenny.
See you soon.
Nice meeting you, says Kat.
You didn't tell me this.
Nearly 1 a.m. Ooh, driving test. Yikers.
You didn't tell me this.
Well, thank you so much for joining
I didn't know
us.
this. Look at when I find this information. I have to find this information out on the internet. My
See?
niece. My niece. I'm joking. I'm excited now. I'm gonna. I have to call you.
There you go.
Oh no,
I
yeah.
did when she
Yeah,
booked it
well-
last year.
You did. It was a whole year ago.
That's
I'm a
a
whole different
long
person.
flipping wait. A year. Holy jumping.
No, I think what had happened was while she was learning, they booked it in advance because sometimes depending on I remember when I was taking my test, there were some preferred exam offices or whatever
Yeah.
that you preferred that get booked up, so you do have to book it in advance.
In
Otherwise,
advance.
you go somewhere else and they've got reputations for being really a hard place
Yeah.
to pass and all of that. So you'd be like, oh no,
Yeah.
this we've heard this is easy. So yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna send my Bubsy a message in the morning. But yes, I was
Yeah.
literally about to stand up and go, forgetting I need to switch off my camera.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, thanks so much for
Yeah.
joining. It's
No
been
problem.
lots of fun.
Yeah.
Catch you
See you all
soon, hon.
soon.
See you
Take
later.
care,
Bye
hun.
to everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks so much, everyone, for coming to celebrate our birthdays, the lovely songs, the well wishes. It's been
Yep.
awesome. And we're going to sign off.
Yep. Just
Thanks,
before
Dom.
the 5 hours mark.
Yeah,
So
like,
that's a good one.
wow, we've outdone our Boxing Day.
I know. Does
That
that mean
was
I have
only-
the top 3 longest now just to annoy
Oh, I think
Jenny
you probably
even
do.
more? Because I know
Annoy
she was
who?
Jenny, because she was really upset when we went over the time that you and her did.
Oh,
And it's
did
like,
we?
It was like, right, next time I'm on there.
Well, Jenny, we're going to get you back, and I'm sure we'll be able to have it go a titch longer.
Oh, yeah. But
Sweet dreams, Jenny. Nice meeting you, faithful duo. Thanks so much, Kat. We'll see you tomorrow night at your reading sprint. I don't think I'm missing anybody. Ven, as always, thanks so much for joining. We're going to do the wave,
Right.
and then it's going to be ended. We go the big wave.